onto your butt, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
No audio issues? Everything working? Damn it. Nope. I don't have Pretzel open. And you know what? In the quest for the perfect no audio issue stream, I have to count that against myself. I have to do it. So let me get that open real quick. Get some music going. So close, though. So close. I switched over on the overlay and nobody was shouting. Nobody was hollering. Nothing was playing that wasn't supposed to be playing. There we go. Little background music. There we go. What is this? Shinju instrumental. I don't like it. I don't like it, Pretzel. Play something else. There you go. I don't know what this is either, but it probably sounds a little bit less like an anime intro. How's it going, fellas? Wolf and Spawn, Project Dark Fox, SP, Firestarter, Vergaderung, Roland. Better say White Wolf? Well, White Wolf again. How about that? Machine God 777, Datrin, Voltari, and, you know, Lord Hathrear. You know, I mean, they'll just let anybody in here these days, apparently. Hey, Revelations Universe. How you doing, man? How are things? I've been trying to catch your streams when I see them going on. I find myself with so little time to watch streams these days. But, you know, I still try to find the time. I need to get Pretzel. You know, Pretzel's pretty good. Pretzel has allowed me to just not really think at all about the music that I'm playing while I'm streaming, which has been nice. Because, man, over this last year, I've done so many things, and I've just scattered myself in so many different directions, trying to do all of them at once, you know? Thinking about and trying to manage my music and what I have rights to is just one extra piece of shit task that I don't have the interest to really keep up with. Wish me luck painting Comstar. I do wish you luck, because that's a challenge. Even when you know what you're doing, man, painting white is just a pain in the ass. Can we get a shout out? Well, God, Dark Fox. Dark Fox is all over it. If you guys are not following Revelations Universe and checking Rick out when he does his streams, you absolutely should be. There's one other that I don't have the link for it. Dark Fox, maybe you could find the link for it and give a shout out. Is Talon Games Official, something like that? Either way, Talon Games has a Twitch now. I don't think they've done any streams, but they're planning their first one, I think this Wednesday is when it said. But yeah, Talon Games has their own Twitch channel, and if you like Stompy Robot Action, you should definitely check them out, because they're the guys who do Cav Strike Ops, which is another pretty cool game. And that one's pretty cheap to get into. I give them credit on that one. All their shit's manufactured in China, but you can get the minis for like $5-6 a piece. It's hard to argue with that. It really is. They're done in a stiff PVC, like the Bones Black material. And there are a few things about the game that don't necessarily tickle my fancy. They move very specifically away from the notion of big stomping machines punching one another, which doesn't. I don't know why you would write that out of your game specifically. You know, but they did. I guess the designers didn't like the idea of that. They went with all shooty shoots, but the mechs are cool. It's cheap to get into, and it's a fun game. It's a fun little alternative from BattleTech if you find yourself getting burnt out on hex-based Excel spreadsheets of games, which, I mean, let's face it, we love it. We love the charts, otherwise we wouldn't play the games. And Vandal Noir. Good to see you. How you been, Vandal? Things are going pretty well. We have some super big projects coming for Revelations. Gonna be doing some painting myself tonight. You gonna be streaming it? I'll check it out if you are. But you might not be. Yeah, I saw. Revelations you've got a bit of a roadmap now for the next few things you're going to be, damn it, though. I'm gonna try to ignore the bingo card entirely. I didn't look terribly close at the latest version of it. It bothers me when people are like, haha, you're predictable. I'm like, shit, I am. Say the same things over and over. Cav is nice, but so's Revelations for big, stompy goodness. Between the two, like, okay, Revelations and Cav, have very distinct aesthetics. They're very... Hang on, my camera's a little... Let me just straighten it there. They have very, very distinct aesthetics. You look at Cavs from Cav Strike Ops, and they are very, very chunky. They've got the whole big honking gun arms and low-set heads and big old feet and, you know, shins that dominate most of the leg space with itty-bitty little thighs. Like, it's a cool look, but it's very, very distinct. And if you're not into that look, you can be turned off the game pretty easily. Revelations has much more of a modern sci-fi aesthetic than Cav does. Cav is almost a little bit cartoony, but and they play very differently. One of my favorite things about Revelations is the way that the Warmechs, are balanced against infantry and armor. There's much more of a reason to use infantry and armor in Revelations than there are in most other games. Cav does a decent job with it in that armor is just straight a cheaper way to bring guns most of the time. But I think tanks in Revelations are more interesting in that they carry heavier guns and can fire them more often, and being a Warmech brings you more flexibility. They're both great games. And considering you can 3D print one and pick the other one's models up for like $5-6 a pop, I mean, shit, play both of them. They're in almost the same scale, too, which is nice, because you can use one terrain for both of them. It's about the same scale as Heavy Gear Blitz as well. So that's 3 stompy mech games that you can play, at least 2 of them produced domestically in the, if not continental United States, in the, North American continent. And, I mean, I'm all about trying to buy domestic these days. But yeah, DreamPod9, who does Heavy Gear Blitz, which I still need to do another stream for Heavy Gear Blitz. I know, Roland, I haven't for a while. I need to. I've still got my Heavy Gears sitting up there, and I need to get some, maybe some gameplay done for that one. But yeah, you can use the same terrain for all 3 systems, which is pretty nice. Don't forget the Malvernus with all them roll cages. Yeah, they have a very unique look to them with their big sort of shell fronts with lots of hexagons on them. Alpha Strike is faster and easier than Classic. No spreadsheets for your mechs. I've never really been able to get that into Alpha Strike. I've played it a few times, but I know, White Wolf, it's not technically domestic for me. It's technically foreign in that it's in Canada. But when I say domestically produced for war games, I'm pretty much just referring to produced, on the North American continent. Not being mass-produced in China like many of them are. That's really what I mean. It might not be technically accurate, but it's generally what I'm referring to. Pineapple-flavored Pepsi. What the fuck? Who? Why? You just putting pineapple juice in Pepsi, you maniac? We also have a custom unit builder on our website, so you can bring some Cav Mechs into home. I haven't taken a look at the custom unit builder yet. I have not seen that yet, but I know you guys have a lot of pretty cool digital assets in the works. Now, okay, Alpha Strike, yeah. Part of it, I feel like if I were coming into Battletech fresh, like if I'd never played Battletech before in my life, I'd probably be into Alpha Strike. It seems like a great way to introduce people to the universe, into the game, and to get them playing as quickly as possible. I grew up with classic Battletech, and I fell in love with the granular nature of the game, with all the minutia, because when I think Battletech, I generally don't have the desire to play like a company on a company or a battalion on a battalion. I want to play a lance on a lance, which is mostly what classic Battletech is oriented towards. And what I love about the game is the detail that granularity brings. It's not just, I took 5 points of damage, so I ticked off my 5 bubbles and my guy is dead. It's, well, I took 5 points of damage to the center torso and it rolled a through armor crit, and that, cracked my fusion core open twice on 2 separate crits. And I was at full health and now I have to eject. Like, that's much more interesting to me. More so than, oh no, I lost all my health bubbles. It's, well, I took a direct hit to a magazine full of missiles, and I just split open like a big steel banana. It creates much more of a story, but I don't consider Classic Battletech to be a competitive game in any sense of the word. I consider Classic Battletech to be like a random bullshit simulator. It's more of a role-playing game than anything else, at least in my opinion. It's a legit flavor they sell commercially. I've never seen it before. That's crazy. I agree, Vandal. Alpha Strike is the only way to play a huge battle with multiple lances or stars. Yeah, no, if you were to try to do that, like, okay, you can do it with Classic. If you have a fucking week to play and just all the dedication in the world, you can do it. Yeah, that's how I feel about it, Datron. And I'm not saying, I don't want to say Alpha Strike is bad. Alpha Strike is a perfectly fine game. People obviously enjoy playing it. I'm glad that it exists. Every time I've played Alpha Strike, when it comes down to the rules, I'm always thinking like, I feel like these rules have been done better elsewhere. Why aren't I just playing that game instead? But that's just my opinion for what that's worth. Which isn't that much, I don't think. Yeah, but they're far less granular, though, Machine God. I know that they exist, but they're a lot more abstracted. I don't think arbitrary is the right word. They're much more abstracted, though. Like, yeah, you can take a crit to your engine, but you're going to take a crit to your engine because you got hit at all. You're not going to take a crit to your engine because you got hit in the center torso. You're not going to take a magazine strike to your left torso because you got hit in the left torso. You're just going to take an overall ammo crit. And this may not matter to you. This may mean nothing at all to most people. In fact, it probably doesn't. It's just that's the game I kind of grew up playing. And Battletech has a lot of nostalgia for me. That's a lot of the reason that I stick with it. So I kind of chase that nostalgia when I play. I feel like Classic is 1-2 lances versus same when you get bigger. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. I would not play Classic Battletech with more than 2 lances. And if I was doing 2 lances on 2 lances, I'd be like, well, let's plan for a whole day of gameplay, and chances are I'm going to be fucking sick of it by the time we get to the end of it, man. Just sick of it, and I'm still going to play it, though. Did a battalion-on-battalion battle in Classic once just to prove we could. Involve 10 experienced players and playtesters taking over the FLGS for 3 days. Yeah, fun once. Fun in the sense that you can say you did it. Fun in the same way that, like, 40k Apocalypse was fun, where it's like, man, we played a game and there were 3 Warhounds and there was a Warlord and we had 12 Bane Plates and there was an Eldar Super Revenant Mega Titan and Tyranids coming out of my ass! I didn't enjoy it, but we had it. It's worth it for the war stories. Maybe not worth it for the gameplay, because by the time you get, 12 hours in, you're like, I just keep rolling these fucking dice. Just over and over. Like, I get it. It's gonna be somewhere from 1 to 6. Can I please take a shit? Game goes a lot faster if you're gonna read it too. I do fudge the numbers in Classic a little bit. I do. I have the range penalties, because if you play raw Classic Battletech, like, it makes it so fucking hard to actually kill anybody. I have the range penalties. I usually increase the damage on some autocannons. I got a lot of house rules. But that's the pleasure of Classic Battletech for me, is that you can house rule the shit out of it. It's an a la carte game system. You take what you like, you leave what you don't. You know? It's just streamlined, and there's a way to make it as technical as Classic. I like both. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't play Alpha Strike as much, that's all. And I'm technically, I wouldn't even say that I'm really qualified to comment on Alpha Strike as much because I don't play it as much. I've played it a few times, I didn't love it, so I kind of left it behind. But, that's what you should do with tabletop games. There's no reason to play a game that you don't have fun playing. If you play it and you're like, this isn't fun, fucking leave it behind, grab something else. There are a bunch of other options. And these days, I'm particularly glad there are other options in the Stompy Mech war game racket. Like we're going to be doing tonight. We're going to be painting some Revelations Skirmish. It's another option for a faster playing game with more focus on combined arms, if that's what you're looking for. Battletech does pretty much anything you want it to do, but it suffers from not being focused on any of those things, and some other games get more focused on them. I think one of the big focuses for Revelations Skirmish is on combined arms warfare. So if it's something that you're interested in, I strongly recommend checking the game out. Your infantry really have something to do. Infantry can overwhelm Warmechs and drag the pilots out and execute them in the field and all kinds of fun stuff like that. Yeah, the raw range penalties are kind of nuts. Helped by the old school idea that mechs are too valuable to throw away, so the damn... Yes, no, Datron, and that's the other thing, too. You guys know this about me already, if you follow the stream and follow my painting and Battletech escapades. I love 3025. I love the pre-clan mech Hui Cat Ion.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
How you doing, Cat? What was I saying? Couldn't have been that important if I forgot about it that easily. Oh, yeah, I love 3025. I love the early Battle Droids setting for Battletech. I love the notion that, yeah, this mech I'm driving, it sucks. It overheats like crazy. The one medium laser it had hasn't worked in 100 years. It's been in my family for 450 years, or it was in this guy's family for 450 years before I killed him with a cockpit shot and salvaged it. It barely fucking runs. The arm's tied on with spit and baling wire, but man, it's got 2 legs and an engine, and there's nobody else on the planet who has one, so I'm sitting pretty. Like, I love that setting. The whole Knights of the Inner Sphere pre-clan setting, that's where I live, thematically. I'll say the edgiest thing that you can say. That's not the edgiest thing you can say about Battletech. I'll say an edgy thing about Battletech. I liked the original Battle Droids setting, where they said that we don't make battle mechs anymore. There are no new battle mechs being made. There are only the old ones. Now, they retconned that almost immediately. As soon as it stopped being Battle Droids and went into Battletech, they were like, we're building some mechs. We are building some mechs. You know, the Lyran Commonwealth is still pumping out Griffins every now and then, so on and so forth. But, I would take the setting where we no longer know how to build battle mechs. I thought that was interesting as hell. Currently learning how to model things in Blender, making custom arms and weapons for my Indomitus Box Necron conversion puck duncher. That's pretty cool. Make sure you post up some pictures. I'd love to see the work that you're getting done. I should paint something. What do you say we paint something? I think we can get some good work done. These guys have just been sitting on my desk for so long. I want to finish off my forces for Stuart Burns. I want to finish off my forces for Stuart Burns. I was just thinking, old Stu. Stu's going to be disappointed in me if I don't get him done. No, that's fucking crazy. What's up, Stuart Burns? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for that follow. The weapons are not technically weapons. End up with at least 10 poses for the warriors. I think Necrons are a good place to start because... Speaking of just learning to make shapes, they're made of pretty simple shapes. They are made of pretty simple shapes overall. I'm going to be starting with some Reaper Sticks Purple, putting some stripes down on these 2 Sierra Warmechs. The no new construction setting is much more attractive. Why is it realistic to get so minis? No new mechs, no kids spending their allowances. Yeah, it definitely puts you in a box design-wise. That's absolutely true. Got recommended this stream, came in and discover a Battletech. Well, we're not painting Battletech specifically today, but we do quite a lot of it, Stuart. And we do a whole lot to do with, you know, stompy mechs in general, as it were. For Battletech, though, I did just get... I'm going to show these guys off real quick before I get started. I know that I've already posted pictures of them, but I'm just so jazzed with how these prints came out. On these, you know, call them what you want. Celtic round facers, unseen griffins. The answer is yes. They are all of these things. Now, these files are all going to be free up on Thingiverse. There's no legitimate way that I could sell these. It's just... these designs in particular have been the subject of so much litigation, and these really have just been... These are learning projects for me still, as I work on my workflow. So these files are going to be made available for free probably after Tuesday, after I'm able to get at least one of them painted on stream, which I think this is what I'm going to be painting on Tuesdays, at least one of these. If not in a Storm Chasers color, then maybe I'll do the 1S as, you know, Lyran First Royal Guard, or one of these 1Ns as Merrick Militia, something like that. But I'd like to get some paint put down on at least 1 or 2 of these guys. It's like a Gundam, but with the dome head instead. Yeah, sort of. And you sit in the head instead of in the chest. That's something that makes it different, right? I'm glad you like them, Daedra. I think they came out really, really nice, and I think the scale's just about right too. Because here we are next to, I want to say this is one of the first mechs I 3D printed. No, it's not. I did the one for my Merrick first, but this is close to one of the first 3D prints I ever did in resin. You can see the size is pretty comparable. I think I scaled it in pretty well. The cockpit is significantly larger than the MWO one, but it's not that much larger than the official Griffin model. If you put them next to each other, the cockpit is definitely wider, but it's not that much larger. I think it actually fits in pretty nicely. It's like Gundam, but different. Yeah, it's like... You know, it was a time and a place. It was an era of anime. And I like the story of Dougram. Fang of the Sun has some really cool mecha in it as a really neat story to it. It has some unfortunate, like, sing-along segments, too. But, you know, you can ignore those. Oh yeah, way less floaty. Yeah, no, that's definitely something to say about Fang of the Sun Dougram. It was remarkably grounded. There were whole episodes that dealt with, hey, we've got a mech, but we don't have any fuel. We ran out of energy. We can't power it. We can't maintain it. What fucking good is it to us? The Dougram itself spent most of its time on the back of a truck being driven around, because running around in that thing would be prohibitive. There's a whole episode where they can't even use it. They get surrounded by enemies, and they actually have to take the Dougram apart and smuggle it out in pieces and then rebuild it elsewhere. There's a whole episode where the Dougram, they go into a desert, and they're like, oh, well, I guess, you know, let's fight some enemy mechs, and the Dougram stands up, and immediately its feet start slipping into the sand and sinking in, which is, I mean, yeah, you got two giant feet like that, you're putting all your weight on these two relatively small areas, yeah, you're gonna sink into the sand. It's gonna be hard to do much of anything. And they have to fight these mechs that have 6 legs that are designed specifically to spread out their weight across the shifting dunes, and it just whoops their ass for a while. It's kind of Intersphere stuff. You could legitimately just be like the story of Dougram occurred within the Battletech universe. The golden age of mecha. Yeah, and shortly thereafter we got Votoms, which Votoms is just mag-freaking-nificent. It also fits better with the lore with command couches and storage rather than cramped little pilot coffins. Yeah. Thinning my paints a little bit here. Remember to thin your paints always, except when you don't need to. I can see Deloyer as a world in Steiner space. Yeah, I mean, if you change the names of a couple of things, it's the kind of story that, I mean, honestly, it came before Battletech, obviously. And I think it would be foolish to say that the initial design of Battletech wasn't somewhat inspired by the setting of Dougram. All the way down to the consideration of heat. What brush am I using here? I need you. Probably you. And probably you. And that should do it. I missed a highlighted message a few minutes ago, did I really? Oh god. For my Comstar guys, should I do golden barrels and details like in the UCC images, or do gunmetal / magnesium like I normally do? Machine God, I struggle with golden colored barrels. I don't know why, I never really think that they look all that good. That's a personal preference of mine, though. I would probably go with a more gunmetal color if I were doing it. But they're your models, man. Do what you want. You could always try one way and another the other way, and then pick which one you like more, and just do a quick repaint on the one you don't like. I need to get around to watching Dougram and Votoms. I play Battletech and Heavy Gear. Well, yeah. You definitely should then if you're a fan of Battletech and Heavy Gear, because Dougram and Votoms, respectively, are basically Battletech and Heavy Gear. The story of Votoms is not the story of Heavy Gear, but the mechs are very, very similar in size and operation. Thunderhead! Thunderhead, and my name's Thunder Miniatures, and I'm reaching out to Thunderhead Studio. What's up, Thunder Miniatures? How you doing? How are things? I'm working on a little bit of Revelations. What the fuck am I doing? Jesus, what do you do to my brain, Steiner? What was that? Stop it, whatever the hell it is. Things are good, man. Shouldn't do any gold because that's what I'm doing. Stops copies me. I'm not gonna say the thing. I'm not even sure what the thing is. So I'm just gonna be doing this striping by hand. I did the first one with masking, and then I just had to clean it up by hand, and at this point I don't really see the point. If anyone has any questions about Revelations Universe, by the way, about Revelations Skirmish, I believe the man himself, Rick Graham, is in chat, or at least he was. He might not be here the whole time. But feel free to ask. I'd be happy to answer anything I'm able.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
You can't... No, Roland, if we're going to have a bingo card, you can't ask me questions specifically to lure me into saying things that are going to get you to check off the... Oh, does it say 15? I'm sorry about that Revelations universe. I confuse myself sometimes. It's close enough to 15 that if you're playing something in 15, terrain will transfer right over. But yes, it is 12. Where can I get the minis? If you type in exclamation point model, if nobody has already, you should be able to get a link over to White Light Media, where you can either purchase the models or purchase the STLs to print your own models, which is what I have done. I want to get done with this Core Republic stuff so I can move on into my Union of Stars stuff, because I actually have a really good idea for the paint scheme for Union of Stars, inspired by UN peacekeepers here on Earth. Yeah, that's right. Don't forget, folks. Wargaming terrain with removable roofs is stupid. You should never use it. Also, please purchase my new Sigma Dome for Battletech with removable roof. Are the defensive walls available on Steel Warrior Studios yet? If they are not available yet, they will be very, very soon. Alex has been kind of running around like a chicken with his head cut off this week, but they're going to be available this week, and if they're not, I'm going to yell at him. I probably won't yell at him, but I'll, you know what, while I talk to him, I'll give him a look. I'll be like, you see that look? I'm referring to my previous model so that I don't put stripes someplace they don't belong. Well, yeah, no, that is a bad habit of mine, White Wolf. It truly is, and it's something he's had to adjust to. I'll always be like, the files are up, you can download them and put them up, and then, 6 hours go by, and I'm like, oh, there's another version, I realized something I had to change. But that's kind of how I work. I'm glad that he's adapted to it somewhat, though it is kind of rude of me to continue doing it. I always think of some stupid little thing or some feature I wanted to add, and I think of it after I've sent the files over. Oops. Getting rid of all my Infinity stuff. What for? Don't like it no more? Or just not able to find anybody to play. That's what has killed more war games for me than anything else, is a lack of people to actually play with. That's the big strength of Warhammer 40k, and I think one of the things that keeps it alive. I mean, there are many things that keep it alive, but one of the big things is nobody feels all that nervous about getting into it, because you'll always be able to find players, and if you can't find players, you'll definitely be able to resell, because there is a market for it. That'll need some cleanup, but it was always going to need some cleanup. Did Pretzel die again? There should be music playing. Is there no music playing? Okay. As long as there's music. Okay. Yeah, I think it was just the quiet part, because it was playing the whole time for me. Don't sell minis, you will always regret it. I used to not believe that, but the more time has passed, the more I think that's pretty much just true. Every major miniature sale I've ever made, I now regret at this point to some degree. Still can't believe I sold off all my Star Wars Legion when I did. I mean, I can believe that I did it, but it irritates me that I did. Because now I have to repaint a bunch of Stormtroopers, and I have not yet found the motivation to do that. One of these days I will. But as of right now, I have yet to locate it. Stormtroopers are just, oh, they're a pain in the ass. It's not that they're difficult, it's just, you gotta do like 30 of them?
Maybe it's time we all gave evil a chance.
Maybe it's time we all gave evil a chance. Who the fuck writes this shit? Weird side note, every time I look back at my screen where you're painting, I see your mic boom in the picture and it makes you look like you're wearing Joaquin's vest from Sabaton. Should I start wearing a sweet vest like that? With like the diamond plate steel abs on it so I don't have to have real abs? That's a good look. It is a great idea for him because he can get like a little tubby and fat and still be like, look at my steel abs! I'm looking forward to the next chance we have, Hathrir, to go check out a Sabaton show. Because that last one we did in Denver was a damn good time. I had fun. Thunder ass. Wait, what? What, huh? You should get that vest, and it's the only thing I wear. That and maybe some assless chaps. I know. Somewhere in the chat, somebody just said out loud, well, technically all chaps are assless, because somebody always says that. And I know. But, it, you know, maybe somebody doesn't. And I don't want to be like, oh, where's some chaps? And someone will be like, why would you do that? I have to make the point that they'll show my ass. Stripe got a little out of control. I'm gonna have to clean up the edges. But that's okay. It's hardly the first time. When I did it with masking, I had to do so much cleanup by hand that I just figured I might as well do the whole thing by hand. Since I'm gonna have to do the edges anyway. Thank you, Puck Duncher. Thank you for that. Evening, fellow Thunder nerds. What's up, Carbonic Acid? How you doing? Are asphalt chaps just pants? Huh. There might be something to that, actually, Necrobob. You just galaxy-brained me, bro. So what's everybody up to today? What are y'all working on? Or are you taking a break? Don't ever feel bad to take a break from painting, guys. Taking well-timed breaks ensures that I paint more than I would if I just tried to make myself paint constantly. When are you going to try a game of Revelation Skirmish? And I've been cranking away on Legion, Terrain, and Models. So I've done a couple of little quick proxy games with the minimum size forces and the new rule revisions, and I've enjoyed it. But I definitely have a problem with playing full-size games with unpainted minis. So right now, actually, Revelations Universe, I'm trying to engage in a push to get my Core Republic force finished, get started on my Union of Stars. I've got a bunch of terrain ready to go, and Firestarter. Oh, yeah, I know. I know, Firestarter. I've been trying to do everything this year, and I know I've talked before about making YouTube videos, and I still want to, but learning how to do all of these things at once definitely slowed that one down a lot more than I had planned. That said, I still do intend to do it. I do. It'll be probably on newer projects for the people who won, because it's been so long since then, but, you know, still. But yeah, I'm engaged in a push right now to go ahead and try to finish off my basic Core Republic and Union of Stars forces using the starter force files and get some games played, and then pick up the more advanced files and start fleshing out with some of the new mechs and tanks you guys have been releasing, which look very cool. Very, very cool indeed. Alright, I'm going to go up from Styx Purple to Reaper Royal Purple. Stuart Burns just finished a Wolf Dragoons Phoenix Hawk Lamb. Unfortunately, I have to run. Get to start inventory at work tomorrow, and I need to be up freakishly early. Well, Stuart Burns, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you had fun hanging out, and I hope to see you again. If you're around on Tuesday, we'll be painting some Battletech. That is the plan. But I mean, by now, folks, you should realize that when I say I'm going to do a thing by X time or by X date, I'm almost always completely full of shit. I'm going to try to do things by X time or X date, and whether I succeed or not, that's in the hands of the gods. Yeah, there are a bunch of fires. There are a bunch of fires where we are right now, which has been interesting, because in the evening the sun turns, like, red. So, you know, if the world was trying to convince me that it wasn't the end of days, it's doing a bad job at it. I appreciate your keeping a list, Cat. That means 2 people have lists, which means maybe I'll actually eventually get to it. Part of this stream, honestly, from the very beginning, is me trying to be more organized than I generally am, which, if you can believe it, is less organized than you've seen me. I'm a very scattered person. I get very easily distracted. I mean, you've noticed this by now. I get very easily distracted. New projects come along, and I'm just like, I'm going to devote all my energy to that. But I am trying to improve at that, and, you know, the only way to do that is essentially just practice. Practice, practice, practice. So that's what I'm doing. I am practicing setting and finishing goals. You stick with me for a few years, and maybe I'll even accomplish it once or twice. No need to remind you every 6 months. Hethrir knows better than most. Hethrir knows better than most. Hethrir is a bit of a saint, though. What he's a saint of, I'll leave that for you to determine. But he has exhibited saint-like behavior in the past. That's probably a fair point. Not every mold is bad, but that one probably is. I'm going over to Reaper Runic Purple. I've been thinking about doing it Painted Ogre. I have the supplies. I don't know. I have so many things to paint that I feel like mixing that up with experimentation with alternate painting techniques, particularly ones that are time-consuming. Oh, I'm not sure when I'll do it. I have the supplies to give oil painting a try. I would like to. Maybe I'll just try like one mech, doing some oil blending on it and see how it turns out. If I do, I will likely either stream or record it. Just because I figure with a lot of people kind of getting started on it, jumping on that particular bandwagon, seeing somebody struggle with it might be helpful. Yeah, that is one of the models I've talked about giving it a try on, is that Sanguinius. Part of the reason being I want to do some blending on it, and oils really give you the time you need to do some advanced blending. That seems to be the major strength. Yeah, it doesn't... My biggest problem with oils is the time involved. The actual materials are not that bad. You can get some odorless terpenoid white spirit thinner. You can get some cheap oil paints, and then you can just kind of go from there. I'm impatient when you're like, no, wait 48 hours for this model to set. I'm like, do I have to? And the answer is yes, you kind of do. That and the fact that you then have to seal them using things like enamels before you can't just throw down acrylic sealant on top of it for the most part, is my understanding. How you doing, Crossbow Roof? Good to see you. Clean up the edges of this stripe before I continue doing that purple, or I'm going to regret it. How dark a gray is that? Let's see. I think I can do so with a medium gunship gray. Down plenty. And then just treat these edges a bit. a little funny trying to do a straight line over an angled corner like this. Has anyone watched Blood Machines? I think it's a combined total of something like 50 minutes. It's broken up into 3 episodes, which aren't really episodes. It's really just broken up into 3 parts for no good fucking reason, as far as I can tell. It was done by Shudder, and I know you can get it on Amazon Prime. It's basically a 50-minute long music video for Carpenter Brute. And I watched it the other day. And it was pretty damn cool. I tell you guys my good news? No, but the soundtrack is awesome. Yeah, I mean, the soundtrack is most of it. The visuals are really cool, but it's mostly an excuse to watch a Carpenter Brute music video for roughly 50 minutes. What good news is that, Roland? And down a little bit of my Vallejo Wolf Grey, one of my favorites. Oh, do you? New job, eh? Panned out well? I'm glad to hear that. Well, that's pretty cool, Roland. You get to be there when they, crack the first fusion engine and build the first battle mech. That'd be pretty sweet. You won't. Not because you're not cool, but only because that's never going to happen because it doesn't make any sense. But, I guess we can dream, right? I was gonna tell you, Kat, I am fucking loving the story of Horizon Zero Dawn. I kind of regret not streaming it. At this point, it's way too late. But, as more and more of the story is revealed, kind of the more into it I get, honestly. I think it's pretty cool. I like the 1,000 years past tense Robopocalypse. On the naval end of things, the next-gen frigate program. Well, that's pretty damn cool, too. I mean, warships are, most of our military might, as it is. It's a bit too aggressive there. How much did I miss? I mean, not that much, WJ. I've just been painting these here stripes on these here Warmechs. How you doing? You know a show I miss? Defiance. Did you guys watch that show? It was on the Sci-Fi Channel for a while. It was way better than it had any real right to be. I'm glad they gave it an ending. It's one of those shows where it got canceled, but they had time to write in, like, a final season. And the ending was pretty decent. I enjoyed it anyway. And it was one of those endings where, like, if they really wanted to, they could be like, they could continue the show from it. But it seems unlikely that's ever going to happen. Anything happened to that railgun project the military demonstrated a year or two ago? I don't know. Roland might know. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying the story. The latest patch seemed to improve my performance a small amount. Well, I'm glad to hear that, because it's a real fun game. And decently balanced, in my opinion. I'm not bored with the combat yet. I appreciate that it's not just balanced around you gain a level, now you do more damage. You actually have to get good at fighting the machines in order to be good at fighting the machines. You can't just stat yourself out. You can to a degree, and there's certainly some tools that make it easier to kill them. But for the most part, if you learn their particular weak points and behaviors, it's a lot easier to kill them. That, and there's a great scene. There's a great scene, without giving any spoilers, in Horizon Zero Dawn, where you go into this big military boardroom and you activate a holo display, and up pops in the middle of everything a big holographic display of the planet Earth. And there's this dude on your radio who's all like, he knows more than the savages who populate the Earth, and you go, what is this? He says, it's a map of the Earth. The Earth isn't flat like you thought, Aloy. And Aloy goes, well, when the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, it's round. I know that the Earth isn't flat. What the fuck is wrong with you? And he's like, oh. I thought it was a great little jab at the flat Earth movement. It's still something I can't believe is real. I can't believe there are people alive today, right now, around me, who would have me believe the Earth is actually flat, and it's a conspiracy to get you to believe that it's not. You don't. You don't. You have to leave stupid like that where you find it. Unfortunately, on the internet these days, Firestarter, you do have to make little disclaimers like that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The moon landing was not fake. One of my favorite criticisms of the moon landing I ever saw was when the lander took off. They're like, well, there's no fire coming out of the rockets. Like, God damn you people. And the sun is the pizza oven. Huh. I could buy that. The Earth is a pizza, and you put moon cheese on it. You know, the older I get, the more time I've spent arguing in favor of objective scientific reality. The more people I've seen of my age or older who just write their reality around them as they go. They believe in absolutely crazy shit. Truly fantastic nonsense. And they are able to just continue on through their lives. They are able to maintain these views and even shout at people when they don't agree with them. And I find myself wondering, and this maybe isn't the most healthy line of thought, but what's the point? I'm not going to single-handedly change the world. Maybe I should just decide on a harmless fantasy to live in for the rest of my life that will be more comforting than the realities of the world around me. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I find it the notion is very tempting. I used to joke about the whole, like, oh yeah, it's silly, now you can get Jedi Knight put down on your dog tags as a legitimate religion. And I'm like, yeah, but does it really do anybody any harm to just be like, yeah, the Force is real and I'm a Jedi? Does it hurt anybody? Maybe I'll just do that. They're like, yeah, I'm a Jedi, whatever. It would encourage me to spend time meditating. I understand that's good for you. So why the hell not? You know? Why does no one talk about Fat Earth? Well, because Fat Earth is just real. That's we're all fat. We populate the Earth and we're fat. It's just reality, Puck Dutcher. So it's not as sexy. I find that conspiracy theorists, now this is obviously should not be taken as a blanket statement of all people who have an interest in conspiracy theories, because I too enjoy reading about them, or at least I have in the past, the wilder conspiracy theories out there. But as much as I regarded them as entertainment, I realize other people regarded them as like, oh no, this is seriously happening, and that is a disturbing truth to come to terms with, particularly when you realize some of those people are close to you. But something I note about those type of conspiracy theorists, the ones who really, really get into it, who are like, no, dude, this is seriously what's going on in the world. You need to wake up, sheeple. It's not that they're interested in the truth. Because there are real conspiracies out there. There are real, incidents of people hiding the truth and cabals of nefarious individuals. They definitely do exist. They're never as sexy as shape-shifting lizard people. They're never as sexy or quite as interesting as the truly bonkers, off-the-wall, I was, kidnapped by aliens and Elvis probed my beehole kind of things. And it reminds me of, like, the Nigerian prince scam, where, yeah, it's bullshit. Nobody should fall for the Nigerian prince scam, so why do they keep doing it? Well, they keep doing it because they're looking for the kind of person who is either gullible enough or desperate to believe enough that they'll go along with it, because what they don't want you doing is falling for a believable premise, going along with it for a while, and then realizing it's bullshit, a third of the way through and dropping, and that's a waste of their time. And these people who get really, really into the insane conspiracy theories out there, they're not looking for the real conspiracies, because the real conspiracies call for real action. The real conspiracies, if you look into them, demand that you change something about yourself. They demand that you change a way that you think. They demand that you call for representatives to investigate them. They demand something actually be done because they're actually a problem. But the crazy ones, the lizard people, the CDC controls coronavirus, the bullshit like that, that exists because the world is a scary and chaotic place. That exists because many of the things that happen around us are out of our hands. And that's terrifying in and of itself. We like to believe that we are in control, and so people decide that all the chaos of the world is in fact the fault of some particular individual, but that individual has such a conspiracy around them that they can never be caught.
Back to 50
so you don't really have to
Shades
do
of
anything
Cold
about
Ray,
it.
Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
The worst of the 50 Shades. What I'm trying to get at is that a lot of these crazy conspiracy theories out there that people really get into they're a way of asserting control over the world. They're a way of saying, like, well, things aren't really my fault. Or, not even things aren't my fault, but things are under control, even if they're under the control of, crazy lizard people. Because that's less scary than the idea that things are out of control. It's easier to blame things on unknowable vast conspiracies than it is to accept that sometimes crazy shit just happens. And I think we've seen that more these days than ever, is that we have what amounts to essentially mentally ill people pushing conspiracy theories as a way of feeling less terrified about the world around them. I just never thought that it would become as widespread and as influential as it has become. you know? I laughed at it in the 90s, and now here we are. Ooh, Dark Fox. I wasn't looking at my chat. Thank you very much for reminding me. Oh, you got those mushroom chips? Yeah, they're good, man, aren't they? What'd you did a one of, Cat Eye on? Does this count as a purple paint job? I mean, I am using quite a lot of purple.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
Oh, I didn't get the pasta. Oh, hang on. So I got a lumbar pillow now, which has been helping a whole lot. I find it a lot harder to slouch into a bad posture. Yeah, I got them at Costco, Hathrir. They're these, like, what do they call it? Vacuum roasted shiitake mushroom chip type things. These, like, dehydrated mushrooms. They're fucking amazing. So good. I did not expect them to be as good as they were. I picked them up because they look kind of silly, and now I can't get enough of them, and I need to have them all the time. Do you guys remember, there was a thing, that show 24 with Kiefer Sutherland. There was a thing at one point where somebody made a drinking game for 24. And it was, you know, every time he said X line, take a shot. And it was all the most common things that would come up over and over again in that show. And at one point, apparently, he found out about this drinking game, and he did a line in an episode where he just went off and did all of them at once. He had one line in an episode that was something just like, you know, set up a perimeter, call in the satellites, get me a grid made up, do it now, there's no time to argue. It's like, oh shit, that's like 9 shots. We're running out of time. 24 was fun as a phenomenon. I dropped the show after a few seasons, but it was a really good time when it was on, when everybody was really into it, meeting up in the day room to watch. I've actually got an action figure of Jack Bauer from 24. It was the Todd McFarlane set. It's him kicking in a door. There are sriracha-flavored mushroom chips? Jesus, I missed those entirely. That does sound amazing. Even the basic ones are really, really good. Caddick's on the same time as you. I'll tie his shoelaces together. You pull the fire alarm and we'll split his milk money. Why did we jump right to being like high school bullies in this scenario? That said, I'm totally fine with that. I'll take his milk money. Hello, what's up, Hardy1247? How you doing? What's even on TV right now? I just realized I don't have anything to watch. I've been rewatching Community, which it's been a long time since I watched that. That's been nice. Rewatching Peep Show again, because I just do that periodically, because I love that show. I love that show right up until Dobby becomes a character. I never liked Dobby. Don't give me reason to doubt your commitment to the cause. Now, you get down on all fours and I'll push him over you into a locker. Widening out this stripe a little bit here. It got kind of narrowed. I have no idea. I'm catching up on Umbrella Academy since I haven't finished the first season. And that's TV. I haven't watched Umbrella Academy Season 2. I enjoyed the first season. I didn't love the first season. It's all kind of silly. I mean, you know, I say that like I don't watch some of the silliest shit on the planet Earth. It's written by What's-His-Nuts, who... he's from that band, My Chemical Romance, isn't it? I was never really into it. And I feel like a lot of that influence actually comes across in the show. I mean, it makes sense. It should. He wrote it. But there's certain things in it, like the character Klaus, who I actually enjoy most of the time, but it's obviously he's written to be like a self-insert. He's like, look, guys, I'm this cool. I'm this kind of cool. I'm like, yeah, but are you, though? Are you really? Gerard Way. See, we got some fans in here, so I'm gonna lose some people because I'm gonna talk some shit about them. I'm not really gonna talk shit. I enjoy the show. I mean, particularly right there at the end of Season 1 when, what's her name? Ellen Page comes walking out for the final big sequence, and she's got, like, her hair's all black and hanging down, and she's wearing the suit, and I'm just like, oh my god, I just fell right out of a fucking concert. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? She's just wearing one of your outfits. Okay. I'll watch that show... if for no other reason. I'll watch it for the moon monkey, for the sad moon monkey man. Not necessarily for the servant monkey man, but for the moon monkey man. The man that became a monkey rather than the monkey that became a man. And I'll admit, I did not love the plot point in the first season, where I won't go into the details of it because some people might not have watched it and I don't want to spoil anything. But basically, a character, through some time shenanigans, gains some wartime experience that they shouldn't have, and then they go into a VFW, and the veterans in there, like, give them shit, and they get into a fight, and they beat up a bunch of veterans. And I did not like that scene at all. I know it's a stupid, silly thing to pick out, but I didn't like it. Like, I understand the setup of the scene. They have no way of knowing this guy really was involved in the war. He doesn't look like he should be. He's too young. But really what happened, even in the context of the show, is some kids wandered into a VFW, picked a fight with some vets, and beat the shit out of them. And I'm like, is that cool? Is that funny? I mean, that just really seems shitty to me. Those guys had no way of knowing. Trying to paint them like they're bullies for some fucking reason. Space Boy, Black Sails is on Amazon Prime. I never got that. I need to dig back into Black Sails, because I enjoyed the first few episodes, but it was one of those where I got distracted by something else and I just never came back to it. Alright, time to move up highlights. Hasn't tried to sell her bathwater, so she's pretty awesome. Well, if that's the bar we're setting, that's a pretty low one, to be fair. Like, and I feel like it was just, Datron, I feel like it was just tone deaf. Like, I get the joke they were going for, and maybe it's not all that harmful. Maybe I'm just sensitive because I served. It felt to me like it was saying, all veterans are dumbasses who are gonna beat you up. And I'm like, what? How? I don't even think anyone would pick a fight with you over something like... And they didn't even pick a fight, as I recall it. He just started swinging at him. And I'm like, well, so you go into a VFW and you beat up a bunch of old guys and I'm supposed to be like, yeah. And it felt very tone deaf to me. It felt like something I would see in like the 90s, back when nobody had any respect for the military. And I'm not saying that everybody should have mindless obedience and respect for military service. Most veterans, many veterans, are assholes, don't get me wrong. It was just a weird, out-of-place, tone-deaf scene for me. But that's a pretty minor nitpick in the full context of the show, because the show itself is actually very, very fun and watchable. And like I said, I like the Moon Monkey. I agree, Datron. Well, yeah, Kat, but again, from their perspective, they were absolutely right. And Klaus's, did it? I don't think it did, Chaotic. Did you raid me? Like, even from Klaus's perspective, he may have been justified, but you have to recognize that, you know, most people don't think time travel's a thing, and they have no reason to think so. So what really happened is you just beat up a bunch of old guys for no fucking reason. And I guess felt good doing it? I don't know. The scene rubbed me the wrong way. Like, they didn't deserve that. They were just there enjoying a drink, and maybe a couple of them were kind of a dick. But, I don't know. That is one of the scenes that stuck with me. Also, the dude who played, what was his name? Ginger. The same guy who played, the guy in Mindhunter. The killer, Ed Kemper in Mindhunter. That dude is an amazing actor. And Umbrella Academy Season 1 definitely showcases him. But I have to say, and maybe someone will rebuke me for this, I don't think it worked, Chaotic. Well, I appreciate the thought. It didn't pop up on mine, if it did. I'm from Chaotic Stream. What's up, Tawars? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna call you Tower. How about that? Welcome. It's no big deal, thank you. Tovarshish. Okay, yeah, we can work with that, man. But I wanted to say about the guy who played Ginger, the guy who played Ed Kemper, his presence on screen was fantastic, and it really, really highlighted how bad an actress Mary J. Blige is. And I'm sorry if there's anybody out here who's like, I thought she was really good. She was, in my opinion, in that show, in Season 1 of Umbrella Academy, she was embarrassingly bad. Like, her lines were downright painful in some parts. Like, holy crap. Hazel, not Ginger, thank you. Yeah, Cha-Cha and Hazel. But it was just weird because they put one of the best actors in the show next to, in my opinion, the worst actress in the show. And it didn't do either of them any favors. It dragged his performance down and highlighted how bad hers was. But, like, what if a 24-year-old vet went in there? Would they have treated him the same? See, that's the thing, Kat. That wasn't a realistic scene in the first place. There was nothing about that scene that was even, like, I'm sorry. The notion that if you wander into a VFW and you're a little young, that you're going to be accosted is ridiculous. It just won't happen. VFWs, guys are in there to fucking drink and play cards, and that's about it. They're pretty much going to leave you the fuck alone. Now, if a 24-year-old guy were to wander into a VFW and start making a scene and then claim that he was in the Vietnam War, somebody might call him an asshole. Yeah, sure. Yovatol! Lovato? Is that an I or an L? I'm going to go with Yovatol because that sounds better. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. But realistically, if you go into a VFW and you look like you don't belong there, what's going to happen is nothing. I don't know why they would want to kick you out, for the most part. Yeah, maybe they... If you were trying to claim veterans benefits, they'd be like, well, can I see your documents? But that's about it. It's just a bunch of old guys having drinks. And, you definitely don't need to be going in there picking fights with them. It smacked to me of the kind of scene that you would see from a movie shot in the 90s, back when it was, like, popular and cool to be like, yeah, man, all soldiers are baby killers and bullies, bro. Baby killers and bullies, bro. Which is just not the attitude these days. And while the truth obviously lay somewhere in the middle, I thought we had more respect for them as human beings now. But I gathered that that particular man who wrote that particular scene doesn't really respect veterans as human beings, and he largely treated going to war as just a funny little... Well, I got the impression he has no real understanding of military service whatsoever, which is probably fair to say. I don't think he knows many people who are in the military. Yeah. Exactly, WJ. They're friendly people, for the most part. You're not... VFWs are not populated with bullies looking to start fights. They're just people. And honestly, if you went in there and you claimed to be... If you were like some 20-year-old dude and you were like, no, man, I was in Vietnam and I fought there and my buddies died, they'd probably be more concerned that you were crazy. They wouldn't try to beat you up. They might, like... refer you to a mental health specialist. Got those pop-out fruit roll-ups with the pizza. Do they still make those? Oh my god, that's amazing. I love those ones. Of course, they taste exactly like regular fruit roll-ups, but you can make little pizzas out of them. And that's incredible. I never read the comics, so I couldn't possibly comment on the difference between them. Put them in the store. You know what? I'll accept that. It's one of your two. But, yeah, I want to see the pizza fruit roll-ups. I miss those things. It's some of those and, like, some Kool-Aid blasts, you know? One more quick layer of highlights for the purple striping, and then I can do all the other little details. Roland, you can't... you can't pressure me into doing bingo squares, man. That said, we do, since I know we have 1 or 2 new people in the stream, and who knows, you might be creative, folks. We do have a little thing we like to do called farting
Welcome,
in a Ziploc
everyone,
bag.
to Thunderhead Studio.
I didn't say it.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. It is...
Have fun.
That is true, though.
Be safe. And above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. We don't actually fart in Ziploc bags. That's not something that we do. But we do something called the Storm Report, which is an audience share segment at the end of every stream. It's a way for the community to kind of keep track of its own creative juices as they surge forward. God, what an unappetizing way to put that. Ugh, that's terrible. No, but yeah, end of every stream, we go over to the Storm Report and we take a look at what you, the viewers, the audience, the Twitch denizens, have been doing. Anything creative goes. It doesn't necessarily have to be miniature painting, though it's cool when it is. Maybe you do cross-stitch, maybe you do photography, maybe you do anything. Anything you do. Really, if it's creative, I'd love to see it. It doesn't even have to be something that you did recently. It can just be something you're really proud of and you want to share. If you feel like sharing with us, I would love it if you would. All you have to do to join in is go over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord, or clicking that link right there in the chat, or going down below where you see my face to a little button that says Discord, and click on that. Go into the channel marked #TheStormReport and post up to 2 pictures. Up to 2 pictures. Composite pictures are allowed.
Sexy
no
streamers
wieners.
And sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
No wieners.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Some. The bingo card shit is ridiculous. I hope you people realize that. It's utterly absurd. I mean, I say that like what I do isn't normally absurd. It is. That's fair to say. As long as you know that it's absurd, though, I guess you go ahead and do whatever you like. What do you get if you fill out a bingo card? Is there a reward of some kind? Just bragging rights? You don't get vaults, I know that. It should just be shame, but there's probably... I think there is a global cooldown of like a couple of minutes just so that we don't have voice commands riding on top of one another, so give it a bit. Good evening. What's up, Kevin Kitsune? How you doing? And a very good evening to you, too. It has been a pretty good evening so far. I mean, you know, I'm here. I'm on Twitch. We got some good people in chat. We got some good conversation going. I'm painting minis. Life could be worse. Life could be worse. So who is watching Umbrella Academy Season 2? And without giving any spoilers, no spoilers, what do you think of it? As good as Season 1? Not as good as Season 1? Moving in the wrong direction? I'm curious, because I have not dug into it yet. If you fill out your bingo card, you randomly receive a Ziploc in the mail. I see, that was a nice callback. I appreciate that. Tell us more about this Revelations stuff. Well, Painted Ogre Revelations is an independent universe and a war game developed by Rick Graham over at White Light Media in tandem with a few others, I believe. The important points are that it is a... He corrected me earlier. I think it's 12mm? Yes, it's a 12mm scale tabletop war game that revolves largely around big stompy mechs and the people that they stomp upon. If I had to compare it to other war games, gameplay-wise, it's fairly unique. It has a strong focus on combined arms, and they do a good job of giving infantry and tanks something to do on a battlefield that would normally largely be dominated by the stompy Warmechs, the stompiness of it all. The big draw for me to it is not only the aesthetics, which are very nice. I really like the designs of the Warmechs, but the fact that Rick has seen fit to open it up to the 3D printing market. You don't actually have to... You can buy miniatures to assemble directly from White Light Media, or you can buy STLs for miniatures and print your own, which all these ones that I'm painting here are ones that I've printed here on my Elegoo Mars at home. And, I mean, 3D printing is, 3D printing is a big deal. 3D printing is going to be a significant component of wargaming as we move forward through linear time. And the fact that there is at least one producer out there trying to explore the market for integrating STL sales into releasing a game is very exciting to me, because many of the companies have been very, very resistant to it, to the point that they, quash attempts to create 3D printed accessories or extra units for their games online because they want to sell you physical models. And I just don't feel like that is I don't feel like that can, something's got to give there. 3D printing becomes more accessible every year. And I think within a few years, we're going to start seeing resin printers that are like the common consumer will actually feel comfortable using. Fire and forget printers. I'm not going to know. I know the words, and I'm not going to say the goddamn words. I'm not going to do it. Doing well, primed some models and put a sealer on them. That's always a good feeling, isn't it, Kevin Kitsune? Finishing off a project. I love that feeling, because I've got so many projects.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
But it always feels good to me to go ahead and polish off a project, put on that last coat of sealer, and say, hey, I finished a thing. Just recently got into Battletech miniatures and 3D printing, so I agree. Yeah, the Battletech in particular is a great game to be into if you've got a 3D printer. There are so many options out there, and printing terrain is a big deal. There haven't been many miniatures available for Battletech for a long time until fairly recently again. Obviously, the new sculpts are a thing now. The new Kickstarter is a thing, but it hasn't really landed yet, so 3D printing is still a pretty big deal. I've been happy to see so many people getting into Battletech for the first time over the course of this last year and late last year. It's gone through so many ups and downs over the years. It really has. It's gone through its own Dark Age, independent of the actual Dark Age setting. But somehow, as a game, as a setting, it has survived. It has survived some of the worst mishandling I have ever seen, over and over and over again, because people just love it. The nostalgia factor is high, and it has an incredibly passionate community. Without that community, the game would not still exist. It simply would not. Which is part of what irritated me so much when they went after the 3D printers the way that they did. But I'm hoping they learned a lesson from that, and they've eased up. Yeah, Heavy Gear is 12mm. And honestly, 12mm and 15mm are so close in scale that you can play them right next to each other and use the same terrain. Yeah, it's not a big deal. There's so much variation from 12 to 15 that they might as well be the same scale. What do you need, Roland? That's the question. Though I can't argue with the Battlemaster. I love the Battlemaster. I mean, I could argue with the Battlemaster, but I don't want to argue with the Battlemaster. I have to do up another set of line art for the Griffin. Move my Archer to the next run. So, next stream I am going to be posting some of those Griffins that I printed. Or painting some of those Griffins that I printed. I'm going to make those files available immediately after. The only reason they're not available now, I'll just admit it. I hate it. I hate it when I post a file and somebody else prints it and paints it before I do. It's incredibly selfish and petty, but it's true. I like to be the first one to paint the files that I make. So I'm going to paint at least one Griffin Tuesday, and then I'm going to drop the files on y'all, and y'all can go crazy. Not that I think there's going to be a huge run on them or anything, but I know some people think it's pretty cool. And I just want to make sure I get the first. Also going to be doing one of Kursala's Toad Smasher Orions here pretty soon, now that we worked out the issue I was having with the STL. I think it was just that Kursala sent me one of the early drafts that he had done before he did some cleanup on it, and we didn't realize it. Because he resent it to me, and the new file doesn't
Here
have
at
any of the
Thunderhead
issues that the old one
Studios,
did.
it's okay to be sloppy.
It's more than okay.
Bonus
I encourage
points
it.
if it's white paint.
I encourage it.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
I didn't
It's not like we're
glorb.
trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I didn't glorb a damn thing. Well, maybe a little bit, but you can't prove it, so it doesn't matter. It is slicing just fine at this point, Kursala. It does not have any of the, at least none that I've seen. It doesn't have any of the previous issues. I've got another plate of Griffins running right now, and the Toad Smashers going on after them. Griffins, round facers, what have you. You know what I mean. So I'm getting ready to beat Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm wondering what I should play after that. Other than Dead Space and Dead Space 2, obviously, which is what we've been streaming. But as far as games to get into after that, when is Cyberpunk 2077 coming out? Is it still going to be this year? I kind of stopped following the updates. Stream the design process for you when you inevitably model the Matsumoto 14 and the Kobalevsky. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. Those are going to be long design projects, so those could actually be good for that. November, that's manageable. That's manageable. I mean, you know, one way or another, the United States of America is going to shove its own head deep into its own asshole inside the month of November. So, I can't think of a better time to give me something that I can lose myself in for several months. Star Sector, I've heard good things about this. November 2019, woo! Yeah, hell yeah, it's already out. Let's get on it, guys. Yay, escapism. I believe very much in escapism at this point. Escapism is most of my life. The real world is just far too fucking depressing. Ugh. Interestingly enough, WJ, I have all those things. I don't think I'll need them, but I do have them. Star Sector's that good, huh? Everybody seems to like it. What's going on, Waffles? How you doing? What if you got Tabletop Simulator and play Battletech with people? I mean, I do. That does happen. I just generally don't stream it. Maybe not perfect, but it's very classic MechWarrior with spaceships. That does tickle my fancy, I confess. Yeah, MechWarrior 5. I've been thinking about trying MechWarrior 5 again since they allowed mods, and I guess some of the mods are good, but I'll tell you, that first month really left a sour taste. The first, 36 times I was stomping around in an open field and the reinforcements of enemies spawned literally directly in front of me. Yeah, it left a sour taste. MechWarrior 5's release was it's just so... it's one thing when you get a game and it's a lot of fun and all the ideas are really, really good, and it has some issues, and you're like, I see how you missed these. Okay, fine. Not everybody's perfect. I really wish they would have been fixed, but I'll wait. It's another thing when you get a game and it's like, wow, these design decisions were fucking stupid from the get-go. Everything you're trying to do is dumb, and you've done it poorly on top of that. And the latter is much more of what MechWarrior 5 was. It was like, the decisions that you've made are stupid, and you suck at implementing them. Both. Maybe with extensive modding it can improve. Didn't even know there was a MechWarrior 5. It only came out on Epic Game Store so far, Kevin Katsuni. It doesn't come out on Steam until later this year. Yeah, that sucked too, when they spawn in directly behind you. That was always fun, Waffles. MechWarrior 5 is peak Battletech. A good idea handled poorly that requires fan intervention to fix. You are very correct, Datron Voltari. And it really is Battletech all over. It's an idea so amazing that the fans won't let go of it even after like 30 years of being mishandled. And yet, the one thing it doesn't seem to be able to do is fall into the hands of just one fucking company that knows what it's doing. I mean, Catalyst so far has been kind of the best of them, but Catalyst is not... we have our problems with Catalyst. They've had some shady dealings in the past. They've had some Kickstarters that haven't gone great, We'll see. We'll see how well it goes. Even at their best, they're not an amazing game company. They just aren't, Cybran Knight is here, and Cybran Knight is upset. Cybran, what's wrong? Yeah, did the magnets hurt you? Did you have a falling out with magnets? What's up, man? Go around and apply some Ancient Oak Dark Green to all the sensors on my battle mechs here, my Warmechs, as it were. Sorry, Cyber. I read it. I read it last night. I haven't had a chance to sit down and respond to it yet. But yes, in his channel, Cyber Knight did a full breakdown of all the changes and updates that he has made to the excellent Battletech Black Knight that he's been working on. And you should go check it out if you're in the Thunderhead Studio Discord. And if you're not in the Thunderhead Studio Discord, you should join it and then check it out. I'm sorry, Cyber. I've been working on my my Griffin. I hadn't really had the time to put my thoughts together yet. That's pretty much all I did yesterday. I worked outside and then I worked on my Griffin. That was the extent of it. Thunderhead's a big old poopy head. I mean, that's not strictly inaccurate. Earlier today, I referred to Chaotic Harmony.
Box, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
It's not even the good kind of get stuffed in a box. Like, I know you hear that and you think, oh, I don't want to get stuffed in a box by a cat. But no, this is not the sort of box you want to be stuffed in, guys. Trust me, it's hot, it smells.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Equally unfun. Went to Chaotic Harmony stream earlier, and I referred to him as Tapoo-Poo, and then he said I was Tapoo-Poo, and then I realized that I didn't actually know if Tapoo-Poo was a good thing or a bad thing. It's one of those ambiguous phrases. And with that in mind, I choose to take Poo-Poo Head as a compliment. I assume you're being ironic. Hey, what's up, Negu Russell? How you doing? It's going well. It's going well. I mean, I'm here, you know, I'm painting minis. It can't be all bad. Gotta be doing something right, though I don't know what it is. You see my comment several days ago about me finding old minis that came with a collector's box of Civ 5 and I'm loath to paint them due to how old they are. I did see that, WJ. They're very cool minis. I don't know, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. My instinct, personally, would be to take the minis, make 3D modeled replicas of them, 3D print them, and then paint those. But then I'm on a big 3D design kick right now. Did I miss any? I think that's all the little nodules. Yeah. On to the next one. What you been up to, Negu Russell? Working on anything good? Yeah, or cast them. That's another. In fact, that would be a lot easier. Probably is use like what's that stuff called? Blue stuff. You can heat it up in hot water and just press mold a mini, and then use like a cheap resin or an epoxy to cast it in. That wouldn't be too hard to do, probably. Depending on the mini. The larger minis might be a little trickier. Stressed a bit. Work was just long, and morning shift is never good. So the last time I was here, I left early. You hear what you thought about the Zords I shared? Yeah, we took a look at them. They were pretty cool. I like the spirit behind them. I don't know that I've never got into doing anything with Power Rangers past being a fan of the pre-existing things, but I liked the Zord concepts. They were fun. What can I say? If it's a big robot, I'm generally into it. Instamold is kind of finicky. 2-part silicone. I've had some luck with the Instamold stuff, but I did note that resin tends to kind of destroy it. I don't know if it's the heat of it curing. I mean, that would seem to make sense to me since it's heat reactive. And resin does get very hot when it cures. I never got through maybe 1 or 2 castings in it before it broke down. Still working on it, taking a break from Power Rangers because I'm starting to get unmotivated to finish. I'm working on Kingdom. Yeah, you know, that's the thing about any creative project too, is if you start to get burnt out on it, there's a tendency to veer towards, I have to finish it, and just make yourself work on it, but I don't think that's healthy, really. Unless you're like, you know, a professional artist who's being paid to do it, and you have to meet a deadline, there's no reason to force yourself into it. Give it a break and wait for the inspiration to come back. It will. When the inspiration comes back and you're motivated to work on it again, you'll do better work. It's always been the case for me, anyway. I do better work when I just let it flow naturally. If I try to force it, I'll wind up doing work I don't really like. And then I'll regret it. My yellow base for these missiles. Which is just Vallejo wood, actually. I really like this color. I miss Tudor Mint. They make great pewter minis, especially the pre-Jackson LTR minis. Look more like what I imagined the book characters to be than the actual films, which I thought looked a bit odd because they didn't look like traditional fantasy. What's odd is that the Hillbrands did work on the design for LTR for Jackson. Jackson still made the setting look off. For example, when the author described the mounts of the ring wraiths, the non-horse ones, as being akin to featherless birds from a lost time, imagine them as being pterodons, not dragons like the film or wyverns. That's an interesting note. I mean, there were a lot of differences in Jackson's realization. There's the classic argument of whether or not the Balrog actually has wings. That's one of my favorite ones. Because technically, Tolkien never says that it had wings. It describes shadows spreading out from his back like wings, but it never says that he has wings. I had much more of a problem with the changes that they made for the films for Lord of the Rings when they first came out, and over time I've come to, I believe, understand and appreciate them. And understand and appreciate the films as a distinct entity from the books, because they were different. They had to make a lot of changes. I don't rip on the movies for a lot of the most popular ones now, like, oh, what happened to Tom Bombadil? Because, Jesus Christ, can you actually imagine Tom Bombadil on screen? You know how fucking insufferable that whole sequence of the film would be? It works so much better in print, and even in print, the Tom Bombadil sequence is weird. Very weird. Gotta go for now, but I'll try to stop by again before I head to sleep, because I have work in the morning again. Russell, thank you so much for being here, man. Always a pleasure to see you. And I hope to see you again. So wins the orgy. Hey dilly ho dilly. Tom Bombadillo. What's up, Samare? How you doing? I'm just getting some painting done on some shits I've been meaning to finish for a while. No, nobody, no. Roland, nobody said that. Nobody said that. It's, yeah, Nanotanks, it's kind of like how I wasn't sad that the Council of Elrond didn't take up, like, half the movie. As much as I loved Lord of the Rings, I'd be the first to admit that those books had some pacing issues. You get a little ways into the Fellowship of the Ring, and you hit the Council of Elrond, and the fucking book just stops. Just stops dead. And it's like, here comes more exposition than you ever wanted. Like, oh, God. As long as it's a bed adhesion problem. That's easy enough to fix, or at least troubleshoot. Alright, now to come in this green with, I'm going to go up to Cat's Eye Green. I have a bed adhesion problem every morning. That's actually a pretty good joke. Like, I laughed sarcastically, but I do find that funny. It was WJ. And to be fair, it was a big part of the movies, too. It's not like they shied away from... And they're walking. Or they're running. If it's the three hunters, they're pretty much running. I have an awesome game I think you should play on stream. What is it, Roland? I'm curious. Kill it with fire. That's a game, is it? I've been playing Brigador, by the way, Project Dark Fox. That game is a lot of fun. I can only do about 2-3 levels before I get tired of it in a sitting, but then a few hours go by and I want to play it again. Basically go around destroying houses, convenience stores, and schools trying to kill spiders. Well, I mean, that seems like a perfectly legit reaction to there being spiders. Destroy literally everything. Trying for a 12-hour stream. What should I start with? What game could I play for 12 hours? You know what? For 12 hours, I would recommend either a 4X game or a logistics game. Something like... Civilization or Stellaris, or something like Factorio or Satisfactory. Because I could play those for 12 hours. Is it just me, or does it seem, does it at least kind of seem like a lot of the best fantasy and science fiction come with some sort of badly executed caveats / strings attached? Well, I mean, they're gonna have conceits, Samare. At a certain point, you have to accept a few conceits for the premise to work. What are you thinking of in particular? Factorio just released its 1.0 update. Well, hey, there you go. I enjoy Risk of Rain too. I played it with Chaotic Harmony, which was helpful, because he's just like, and then you go here and you do this thing, and hey, spend your money on this item, and then give the item to me. And yeah, of course, he's just super trustworthy, obviously. No, it's a fun game. I enjoyed Risk of Rain too. It seems like there are some truly crazy builds you can do in that game. When you start combining the various, like you get one item that does one little effect, and you're like, cool, and then you realize what happens if you get 10 of that same item. You realize you could actually do some pretty damn crazy effects, combinations of abilities and items, if you get the right ones. The Outer Worlds is fun. I like the Outer Worlds. It's not amazing, but it was definitely, like, it felt like a proper Obsidian game. The writing was a lot of fun. Gameplay mechanics were a little weak at times, but I feel like, considering the small amount of money they made the game for, I feel like if it does well enough for them to do an Outer Worlds 2, they've got nowhere to go but up. I didn't know there was an expansion coming in September. That is exciting. There are a lot of things in the solar system that they developed there to explore. Questions left unanswered that I'm very curious about. Jerkwater Jaco 13. Thank you so much for the follow, Jerkwater. Which may be my favorite two-word combination of this particular moment. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing? How are things? And Gypsy Jan following up. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Yeah, Shipbreaker looks really cool. I kind of wish I'd bought Shipbreaker when it was on sale. I didn't. I did not do that. I kind of wish I had. Endless Space 2 was just on sale for like $10, and I do strongly recommend that. Endless Space 2 is a lot of fun. It's not the greatest 4X game ever made, but it's one of the prettiest, and it is a lot of fun. And it legitimately is one of the prettiest. The character models and the story are really excellent for a 4X. An old XBL gamertag, and you've held on to it for all these years. Congratulations, Jerkwater. If I may change gears, no, you may not. Chat, stop WJ from changing gears right now. Stop him in his tracks. Nobody talk to WJ. I'm kidding, that's fine. It's one of the few things that disappointed me in C and C. The words are hard. C and C3. Tiberian Sun felt so apocalyptic, and yet you sometimes still ran into strange life forms. Yeah, no, I agree. There's a huge... I'm actually kind of glad you bring this up. I don't want to say I'm glad you bring this up. It's not like I was thinking about it recently, but it's something that I always think of when I'm playing Tiberian Sun. Is Tiberian Sun... It felt like the world was ending. It felt like we were losing the war with Tiberium. It had a very unique feeling to it, and then C and C3 comes along... And it was just kind of like, forget about all that. And I mean, yeah, they were like, oh, there's zones lost to the Tiberium, but it really felt like it was much worse in Tiberium Sun than it was in, what is it called, Tiberium Dawn? I didn't even mind the gameplay of 3, but it really did feel like it was written by someone else, you know? Hey, what's up, Thunderdome Drew? How you doing? Dark Fox, if you're still here, could we get a shout out for Thunderdome Drew, an excellent paint streamer that you should absolutely check out? Yeah, Tiberium Wars. Thank you. The story of 1 and 2 was far superior. Completely. Yeah, it felt like... It felt like 1 and 2 followed a natural progression, though I admit 2 was a huge dial-up in the insanity from 1, and then 3 was like written by somebody else. Which, I don't know how true that is. That may actually be literally the case, but, Tiberian Sun is my favorite in the series. But then I remember beating Command & Conquer 1 and watching the little come and get you for Tiberian Sun that showed the Wolverine battlesuits marching up, and then laser turrets come out and they shoot the Wolverines, and it was like, Command & Conquer, Tiberian Sun, and I'm like, oh my god! Little kid me was just flipping the fuck out, and then it took like 10 years for that shit to actually happen. We talked about Shipbreaker briefly on the last stream when we were playing Dead Space. Because I realized that a lot of the tools we use in Dead Space are like, oh no, Shipbreaker actually makes sense out of them. That's the sort of task you would use the Plasma Cutter and the Line Cutter for. That's just Isaac Clarke at his regular job, when he's not having to fight hordes of space zombies, you know? I need to keep an eye out for the next time Shipbreaker goes on sale, though the price isn't even that bad as I remember. How you doing, Thunderdome Drew? I haven't had a chance to stop into the stream lately. I've been popping in briefly just to kind of catch up on what you're working on, but I haven't been able to hang out lately. I haven't had that much time to watch streams myself as of late. Just about done. You've been working on that one for a little while. Some truly nauseating details have gone into it. Which, you know, I guess is the goal. That model turns my stomach. I've been enjoying watching you make progress on it, though, using a lot of really interesting, like, livid and sickly colors that I don't use very often painting robots as much as I do. But it's interesting to see them getting used. It's always interesting to me when painting Nurgle models, the combinations you can do of browns, yellows, reds, and purples to make plastic, textured plastic, look like something that just makes my stomach want to turn, you know? Sets off that part of your brain that's like, that's infected, don't touch that. Recently started on a September release for Creature Caster. Was one of the launch artists. Ooh, nice. I'll take sickening with pride. Well, you've done a fantastic job on it. What's up, Ghost for the win? How you doing? WJ, I'm right there with you on that one. Like, I know that the original themes of Slaanesh and Nurgle were, I mean, they're intentionally over the top and gross, and they really have tried to bring in, you know, as broad a market as they can, so they've toned a lot of it down. And I don't think it's as simple as just saying, they got rid of the boobies, and then people respond with going, well, why do you want your models to have boobs? And it's like, it's supposed to be offensive, it's supposed to be extreme, it's supposed to be chaos, and I don't know, they knocked a lot of the edge off the whole setting. Of course, they also moved away from the whole space monk thing, too, so, you know, what are you gonna do? Doing well, about to start painting a big robot army for Tau. Ooh, and quite a bit for Battletech soon with the clan invasion. Yeah, the Kickstarter's landing pretty soon. We do a lot of Battletech here, Ghost. I'm going to be doing some Battletech on Tuesday. I just got done printing up these. I'm just going to show them off again because I'm very pleased with them. I'm very, very pleased with them. My, Soltic Roundfacer / Unseen Griffin models. I'm a sucker for the classics. I really like the sort of boxy, chunky, detailed look of the classic Unseen Warmechs. And these came out real nice. I got 6 poses. I got these 3 done. This dude's shoulder shields didn't print quite right, so I just kind of chunked them off with a blade, and I'm going to make them look like battle damage. But I got 3 more printing right now, so we're going to be painting some griffins on Tuesday. Yeah, it's supposed to be fun. There you go, Samare. And I remember when it was fun, and now it's like it takes itself too seriously. And ironically has sanitized itself in that pursuit. Thank you, Samare. I'm very pleased with how they came out. Oh, absolutely, W. Yeah, no, some of these are getting painted as the Earth Federation Soltic Roundfacers. They're just green with the red missile launcher, and they're like, I think that may be what I do for the first of them. I want to paint up 2 of the GRF-1S Griffins as Lyran First Royal Guard. Mostly because I want to do... Because, you know, those are the Griffins that stand on either side of the throne. I always thought that was cool. I'd like to do up some of the 1-ends for my actual use as Merrick Militia, but yeah, I'm thinking I may do some Dugrim. Like, I'd be remiss if I didn't do them in the Dugrim paint schemes, wouldn't I? It shouldn't take itself seriously. No, and Samari didn't at first. For a long time, Warhammer 40k, it's a joke. It's a really, really dark joke. It's a dark joke in the same way that Judge Dredd is a dark, dark joke. It's supposed to be funny. Everything about it is supposed to be funny. It used to be... It's like people... When I hear people talking about orcs these days, like, you'll say the same fact with a different style. Like, oh, did you know that the orcs are super psychic and that's why their technology works is because they just believe in it? Whoa, that's cool. And I remember hearing the same thing in the late 90s as, oh yeah, all the orcs, they're super psychic, so everything works just because they believe in it. And it would prompt laughter as opposed to awe like it does now, I guess. I don't know, maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but the general attitude around the fandom for 40k has definitely changed in the time that I've been a part of it. I miss when it was funny. I miss when the orcs enjoyed killing Space Marines, not because they understood who the Space Marines were, but because the Space Marines wore armor in bright colors, and they loved decorating themselves with the helmets of Space Marines because they could get a variety of bright colors. Like, that was the whole fucking reason. They put up a good fight, and their armor is bright. Like, that's it. Are orcs fungus? I believe that is canon, yes. And then it turned into like this whole, ooh, are the orcs really a weapon of the old ones? Ooh, super serious story. And it's like, that doesn't fucking matter. They're space orcs, man. They're fucking mushrooms. Doesn't matter where any of this shit comes from. The big joke in 40k for me was always that none of this shit matters because everyone's dead anyway. It's a story about the last dregs of civilization fighting over the scraps of existence while they're on the downward spiral. No one will survive 40k ultimately. Everyone is dying. That was what was kind of funny about it. At some point, they lost the plot. Angry mushrooms. Rawr, rawr, rawr. What's up, Shock21? I like to think the original writers for 40k are laughing their asses off at the people who now take it seriously. I mean, they got paid, I'm sure. I hope they got paid anyway. Literally started as a joke. It was GW taking the... Yeah. Everything about Warhammer 40k was meant to be funny at first. Even the Space Marines were funny. They're these hulking, ridiculous, over-the-top, 12-foot-tall supermen who are, you know, monks. Insane monks that follow a god who died a long time ago and also was never a god. And ultimately go against his word and lead their own species to its own inevitable destruction. It's a black joke. But now there's, I think, one of the things that kills me about modern 40k is that there's like hope in the setting now. There's like, ooh, there's Primaris Marines and they're making progress and blah, 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 blah. And with the Necrons, we might be able to shut down the encroaching rifts of chaos. Whatever the fuck the new, the Eye of Terror exploded or something. I don't know. It doesn't interest me like it used to. There's a game called Maelstrom's Edge from the guys over at Daka Daka that never got as much publicity as I thought it deserved. But I feel like it actually grabbed the grimdark setting of 40k better than 40k has for a long time. Because they did go ahead and write into their setting just, yeah, everybody's gonna die. Everything... The story is literally about the last of humanity fleeing from its inevitable doom towards the edges of the galaxy, and eventually they'll run out of places to run. And it's a big commentary on corporatism and hyper-capitalism. But 40k now isn't a commentary on anything. 40k is now a commentary on, I'm 12 feet tall and I have a 9-foot dick and my gun fires rockets. That's not even accurate, because that is in itself pretty funny. Like, the whole notion of, they have a machine gun. What does the machine gun fire? Fucking rockets! Like, alright, whatever. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. Do you remember back when orcs had the Fist of Gork? They could literally call in a giant fist out of the sky that would come from the clouds and smash everybody into the dirt. And there was like writing in the book about it where there was like a commentary from an Imperial ship captain who was like, I'm in the sky. There's no giant orc up here. I don't know where the hell that fist came from. It just did. Or for that matter, the fact that the orcs, like, I always like the notion that the orcs have enough forces that if they actually united into one giant Wa, they would conquer the galaxy with ease. The problem is they're constantly at war, and the reason that they're constantly at war is that they worship two gods, Gork and Mork. And nobody argues about whether they should worship Gork and Mork. What they argue about is what do they look like? They can never agree, and they constantly war over it, and thus they're not really a threat. Yes, yeah, the foot. That's right, the foot template. Oh. Well, and the deal with Gork and Mork is one is brutally cunning and the other is cunningly brutal. The only real difference between those being that one will sneak up behind you before he smashes you in the head. But again, nobody can agree which one's which. It felt to me like in the original writing for 40k there were a good number of questions that were never meant to have answers. All of our technology was rotting, all of our best times were long behind us, and all we had were legends that nobody could agree on. And it seems like the writing nowadays is all about coming up with the answers to those questions, and I feel like that might be missing the point. They did WJ, but they also argued about what they look like. And they fight over which one they want to give praise to. It's the same fucking thing, ultimately. No, Samare. No. I know it's been a long time, but that still feels too early for me. That still makes me sad. Of all the celebrity deaths that hit me, man, that one really did. I'm very new to 40k, just starting in 9th edition. Ghost, let me pause right there to note that as much as I cynically bitch about 40k, don't take anything I'm saying as an indication that you shouldn't play it and that you shouldn't enjoy it. Okay? Because I'm just a bitter old edgy asshole. The fact is, it's a really, really good game. It has a fantastic community. It has great models, and you should have a good time playing it. Starting in 9th edition with Tau, I'm enjoying it, but it seems to be heavily reliant on strategies and other mechanics that change fairly often. I like that the base elements of strategy are more unified in Battletech for everyone to use no matter the faction. All the toys for everyone are more or less the same. And, you know, that is just kind of a feature of the game. It goes through a lot of additions. I've been playing Warhammer 40k since 3rd edition. And it has changed a lot in that time. And that's just gonna be how it is. If you continue to play Games Workshop games, certain armies are gonna be good for a while, and then they're not gonna be good. And certain factions, or certain model combinations are gonna be really good until they get too good, and then they're gonna get nerfed. Certain things will, like, they'll release new models, and those models will be really powerful for a while, and then they'll get nerfed. Like, a lot of the time, they're just trying to sell you the new models, too. It's important to note that Games Workshop is a business, and they're definitely trying to sell you figures constantly. And they don't want you to rest on the laurels of already having an army. They want you to get an army and then build a new army. So, you know, be smart about it would be my advice on that front. No, don't let it ruin your enjoyment of the game, but know that they are constantly trying to get money out of you. My suggestion, honestly, look into 3D printing, my man. Look into 3D printing. There is a growing 3D printer market for Warhammer 40k figures. You can print whole fucking armies and not spend that much money. Also, I agree with SP Firestarter. Screw the meta, have fun. Build what you want to build, man. If you want to run a fucking Kroot army, do it. I don't care if it's good or not. The Kroot are fucking awesome. The Kroot Carnivore is maybe one of the coolest things they ever wrote into the setting. One of the funniest things I ever read in one of the Tau source books was a time that the Kroot fed human meat to Space Marines and then chuckled about it because they thought it was funny. They were on a Kroot war sphere and they served dinner. And they were just laughing to each other about, like, we fed them Imperial Guardsmen. The dumb bastards. Oh, that was good. I miss the old Necrons. I know that the new Necron stuff is all, like, super in-depth, and they've got, like, different factions and all sorts of motivations now, but the Necrons I remember, they were written as basically, we don't know who they are, we don't know what their motivations are, and they don't talk to us. They seem to be soulless automatons, and the most in-depth the lore got back then was saying that we had caught snippets of Necron code referring to the battle fleets we engage as harvester fleets, and referring to actual battle fleets being in dark space. So the notion was, if the Necrons ever turned their real war effort on us, we would be destroyed immediately. That appears to have gone the way of the dodo. Now, the Kroot not only eat anything, one of my favorite things about the Kroot, Thunderdome, Drew, really, the Kroot are interesting to me because not only are they cannibals, and not just cannibals, they eat one another, but they eat the flesh of beings. They have to eat the flesh of sentient beings. Because of the way Kroot physiology works, they have to... Yes, the way of the squat. You're not wrong, Waffles. The Kroot are interesting to me because in order to stay sentient themselves, they must eat the flesh of sentient beings. Because if they eat the flesh of non-sentient beings, they become like those beings. If they eat the flesh of, gorillas, then they become like the Krootoks. If they eat the flesh of horses, they become a lot like horses, but they become lesser beings. If they're not constantly hunting, murdering, and eating sentient creatures, they lose their sentience. Which is one of the most interesting pieces of writing I think they ever did in Warhammer 40k. That's a big moral question right there. Like, we universally accept that to eat sentient beings is wrong. But these beings have to. Or they become lesser creatures. Like, can you really fault them for that? I don't know. They're different. They're truly alien. You are what you eat. In the case of the Kroot, that's literally true. Would you lose sentience as a Kroot if you ate bits of Servitor? Probably not, WJ, because I think it's genetic. And while the Servitor has been modified to be largely non-sentient, its genetics would grow a sentient brain. And the Kroot have been ignored for far too long, in my opinion. They haven't gotten an update or been viable in a long time, and that's a shame, because they were always, for me, the most fascinating thing about the Tau. There were the Vespids. I remember when they introduced the Vespid Stingwings, but they didn't stick around very long. Nobody really liked them. The Vespids weren't interesting. I guess they're still around, technically. Well, of course, Nyarbit, it's important to note that we're having the moral conversation about whether it's right for aliens to eat sentient beings from a human perspective when humans have long transcended the morality of that in that universe. Humans take sentient beings, cut out the sentient parts of their brain, and force them to be computers, so I don't think we have any moral ground to stand on there. And again, this is part of the dark humor that originally Warhammer 40k was. There were no good guys. There are no good guys. There's nobody in the entire fucking universe of Warhammer 40k that can be called a good guy. They're all terrible. The only question in Warhammer 40k is who will ultimately destroy everything, because it's gonna be one of us. Or all of us together. But the universe is done. It's over. We've lost. There is no hope left. There's just a sort of brutalist survival, and the only question is how long does it last? The Tau are close to good guys, but there were always questions. There were always questions with the Tau about the ethereals. The nature of the ethereals, where they came from, and whether they were exerting mind control over the rest of the Tau. But yeah, the Tau were the closest thing to good guys the universe had in a long time. But the Tau, and I realize the Tau have been around for a long time, but for me the Tau still feel like recent additions. I'm joining Tau, because blue boobies. One of my... I always like the Imperial Infantryman's Uplifting Primer. There's a section in there about Tau that talks about how they're unintelligent, essentially referring to them as bovine, less than sentient creatures. And there's a section in there that is, as you read it, you realize it's describing how you can go cow tipping against the Tau. If you sneak up to their warriors in their sleep, you can tip them over. It is a magnetized turret. Whoop. Look at that. Whoop. Nobody tell Cybern Knight. Yeah, exactly, Thunderdome Drew. If brainwashed space commies are your idea of good, every single thing that looked like it might be good came with a caveat of, yeah, but maybe it's evil. But then that came along with the caveat of, does evil matter in this setting? Everything is evil. Humanity seems to be the worst of all. Magnets? I use magnets. Ghost for the win. This tank is from a game called Revelations Skirmish. This is the Mars main battle tank from the Core Republic faction. This is a... I keep mixing it up. It's a 12mm scale war game involving mechs. That is entirely 3D printable, which is something I really, really like about it. You can buy the files and just print all your own miniatures. And I do a lot of 3D printing. They're sort of your species, Roland, as long as you don't upset them and get turned into a fucking robot mind slave. I agree, Ghost. I think that, 3D printing is the future. It is. Damn it. There's certain things I say often enough that some of our viewers have developed a bingo card for my streams, and I knew that one was on there. Fans make the best. He said the thing. Oh, he said the thing. I love it when he says the thing. Oh my god, the Penitent engine has always been one of my favorite classic models. They sanitized that one a little bit too, though I'll give them credit. The latest sister models are still pretty good. They're still pretty good. I used to be a big-time Sisters player, and yeah, Arco-Flagellants and Penitent engines were always my favorite. That and the, which one is it? Is it the Exorcist tank that is the missile tank? The one where it's a pipe organ, and there's somebody playing the pipe organ, and missiles come out of the fucking tubes. Like, it's nonsense! But that is exactly the sort of nonsense that I got into 40k for. The Exorcist is the pipe organ tank, yes, thank you. I think it counts, Gersala, because I spent a good portion of the early stream here doing the purple stripes. You know, I get the impression from watching you, Thunderdome Drew, that we have a lot of the same likes in the aesthetic of everything. The sheer fucking absurd over-the-topness of the whole thing. The thing for me is that Warhammer 40k, the appeal of it when I got into it was that it takes your standard sci-fi setting, and it takes the most ridiculous things about that setting, and it dials the insanity up to the point where it becomes stupid. You're like, wait, no, hold on, this is dumb, guys, slow down. And it's like, okay, now bear with me. And it continues to dial it up, and up, and up, and up, and up, and at a certain point, it actually becomes cool again. And they were just willing to push the envelope to that point. And it feels like lately they've been dialing it back, and we're moving back from the point where it's cool to the point where it's just dumb. But that's personal opinion. And of course, you know, the nice thing about a tabletop game and you know, the way we play with our friends is you don't have to do the dumb shit. You can sit down and just play Warhammer 40k, you know, just like you did in the early 2000s or the late 90s. There's really no difference.
Yo,
You can
I
use
heard
the old
you
editions.
like Battlemechs.
I do.
So I put a Battlemech in your Battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
God, that's tempting fate every time somebody plays that one. They were one of the few, sci-fi war games out there. Well, I mean, you could just stop that sentence right there. They're one of the few sci-fi war games out there for a long time. But they were willing to be like, oh, there's bad guys in space. You're like, what do they look like? You're like, well, they got fucking horns and flayed skin, and they literally eat babies. Like, wait, what? Excuse me? Yeah, okay, sure. All the enemies used to come with this sense of utter hopelessness about them, like the Tyranids. I don't really know. I'm not current with the lore now. I don't know what it says about them in their codex or anything, but I remember it used to be, and maybe it still is, I could be mistaken here, that they'd be like, well, we fought such and such hive fleets, and it took such and such fleets, and it was a huge deal, and all these combined systems had to unite to fight them, and that was just a splinter fleet from another hive fleet that's in dark space, and if it ever finds where we are, then we're all gonna die because there are more Tyranids than there are humans many times over. Like, they're invaders from outside the galactic plane. Like, every single enemy was fundamentally so terrible that we didn't actually have any hope against them. The orcs were too much to handle, but they fought amongst each other too much. The Necrons are too much to handle, but we haven't fought their war fleets yet. The Tyranids are too much to handle, but their main hive fleets don't know where we are yet. Like, every single enemy was built that way. The Dark Eldar exist because they had a giant fucking orgy that birthed a dark god. Of course, that's still the case as far as I know. Ever find yourself asking, how can orgies go wrong? Well, right there's your answer. The latest lore put a Gene Stealer cult on Terra. Oh, okay, sure, why not? Oh, did they? In 8th? The last edition I played was 7th, so I missed that. And see, I realize that a lot of my complaints about it, like, many of these things are still the truth in Warhammer 40k, but possibly, I really believe that part of it... Well, it's not even ridiculous for me to say. I shouldn't say I really believe the part of it. I will say absolutely part of it is just that I've been a fan of Warhammer 40k for so long that I feel like maybe I'm just kind of tired of it. You know? There are parts of it I'm not. There are parts of it that I'm still into. There's stories I still enjoy, but I just don't have the... I don't know, I can't keep up with every edition, I can't keep up with the meta, I can't keep up with the competitive scene of it, I can't do it, so I laser focus on the parts of it that I really enjoy, like, I paint my blood-packed Chaos Guardsmen from Gaunt's Ghosts, I like them, I'd love to paint a Keophas Cain model at some point, I want to paint my Volpone Blue Bloods, basically anything that Dan Abnett wrote, I'm pretty much into. If they do go ahead and make a series of movies, or a show out of Eisenhorn, like, I'm on board. I like the story of Eisenhorn. I think it's good shit. And I hear they're releasing a new book in that series, too. Literally fuck the demons into existence. That's classy. I don't care who you are. And then their answer to it was, let's skin people. That'll keep them off our backs. Oh, Dark Eldar, fun. I don't know. Times change. If Warhammer 40k had stayed exactly what it was, it probably wouldn't be as popular as it is today. I recognize that. That's fine. They need to make money. They need to continue to grow. Gav Thorpe. Didn't Gav Thorpe do the Ultramarines books, too? I've watched part of that, Machine God. I haven't watched all of it, but I have enjoyed some of it. That was Matt Ward? He did the Ultramarines books? Because those got weird. Like, real weird. I can relate as much as I'm keeping up with buying everything that is being released for BattleTech to support the franchise, if nothing else. I'll freely admit I'm falling behind rapidly with this new era on the horizon. Of course, spending a lot of time on my own project and trying to stay focused on it does sort of take up a fair amount of my time. I'm with you on that one, man. That's why, like, when people start talking about clan mechs and stuff, I kind of zone out. Because, like, I left that shit off with 3025. That's where I want to live. They can't pull all that shit anymore. They're a publicly listed company as shareholders, accountants, and yeah, they're victims of their own success, nanotanks. It's true. No, White Wolf, I'm not ranting about Siege. I've been ranting about Games Workshop a little bit. But, you know, there's something that's just true about being alive, that's true about being a nerd in particular, is just because you liked something once doesn't mean you're going to like it for your whole life. Eventually you're going to get tired of it. And it's not necessarily that the product itself is bad. It's not necessarily that they don't know how to handle it. It's just that, you know, when you live in a fantasy world for long enough, you can get tired of it. You can get worn out. And I'm tired of a lot of the stuff in 40k. Enough that I don't care to keep up with the meta so much anymore. But, you know, I still enjoy the setting, and I still enjoy a lot of the models, so... And, again, no one should ever let the fact that I'm like, fucking Games Workshop, bunch of money-grubbing assholes, don't ever let that make you think that you shouldn't, or that I feel like you shouldn't play the game. Like, you should. You should have fun. You should enjoy it, you know? Drops a star of clan mechs. How many times do... Fuck your clan mechs. Fucking min-maxed munchkin sons of bitches. We got double heat sinks. Fuck you. I explode if I shoot all my weapons at once. But I mean, the reason I like 3025 BattleTech is a lot of the same reason that I like the more classic eras of 40k, and that's that feeling of desperation and pointlessness. Because 3025 BattleTech has a similar sort of thing to it, where it's like, this is a setting in decline. Everyone here is fucked, they just don't know it yet. And you're, you know, circling the drain as best you can as a player. I think Warhammer 40k still has that more than BattleTech does. BattleTech is like, we move forward into the new generation with brand new mechs and technology. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know about that. Oh, great, you're a grognard. I am. No, that's just a fact. I will say that I enjoyed the Clan Invasion era and FedCom Civil War quite a lot. Less so the Jihad. I was not a fan of the Jihad. I really was not. And you still enjoy getting your ass kicked at Kill Team. I swear to God, you let Hethrir win one game because you feel bad for him and it goes right to his head. And that's what I mean, that it's kind of a personal thing, Samare. Like, I'm over the point now where I'm gonna say things like, BattleTech is ruined. They don't know how to write for it. Everything is stupid. And I know the parts of it that I enjoy. And I stick to those parts, that's all. And honestly, that's what you should do with war games and fiction in general. Take the parts that inspire you. Take the parts that you love. Take the parts that fire your imagination, and leave the rest. The rest isn't important. Find the people that are inspired by the same parts that you are, and play games with them. I guarantee they're out there. Quack. What's up, Puck Duncher? As far as things that I can find, specific things that I can find to genuinely not be a fan of in changing 40k, I will say that I do not like the increasingly tactical, pseudo-practical designs they've been putting into the Space Marines. Primaris Marines with all their new equipment and their little poses and everything. I preferred the Space Marines when they also were funny, when they were, space monks. And now they're becoming more and more like genuine space soldiers. I felt like that was the space for the Imperial Guard to occupy. They took all the grim, dark humor and they gave it to the Sisters of Battle, which, that's fine, I guess. But, doesn't do it for me as much anymore. I was an Imperial Fists guy, and I know the Imperial Fists still exist. Where's my white paint? There it is. I respect the concept behind Battletech Dark Age, but it didn't go off all that well. That's fair. Have you considered looking into the Battle Corps anthology books, collections of short stories, things the authors wanted to address in eras from the Jihad and back? Alexander Kerensky's earliest were denied the chance to otherwise. I haven't, actually. That's interesting. I might have to check that out.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I wasn't painting anything. I was mixing paint.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
They do it with the best of intentions. It's fine, Dark Fox. Oh yeah, it would be about a half an hour until we get into the Storm Report. If anybody is interested in getting their submissions in, make sure you do it before then, because the mods will be closing submissions. If you're wondering what the Storm Report is, it is an audience creative share segment. We're all about creativity. We're all about creativity here on this stream, even when I'm not being as creative as I potentially could be. All about it. And we like to share. Keeps all of us working, you know? If you felt like sharing with us, if you're new, and you don't know what the Storm Report is, I'll tell you, it's real easy to participate in. All you gotta do is go to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into the channel, mark the Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures of anything you've been working on. It doesn't have to be miniatures, specifically. It's just anything you've been doing that's creative, though I do love miniature painting, you might have noticed. Yeah, I'm mixing paints behind my face cam here, sorry. Usually do kind of have my palette a little bit further in. I've seen some people with palette cams, and I don't think that's a bad idea at all. It actually seems like a pretty cool idea. That is infill. So around the edges, there are supports. Not many of them. The supports are almost done. But the rest of that you're seeing there, that pattern, that's infill. That would be 7% cubic subdivision. Also, an additional novel you might like, I believe, is titled Legacy, short stories over the centuries centering around one specific grasshopper-heavy battle mech. Ooh, that actually sounds like fun! Those are some of my favorite stories in BattleTech, are following, you know, individual battle mechs and the crazy shit that one mech can potentially get into over the course of hundreds of years and multiple pilots and owners. So one of my favorite thoughts in 3025 BattleTech is that the mech you have might have been involved in conflicts, you know, hundreds of years ago that you have no understanding of. The mech itself may be almost heroic. Now that you've done the round facers, is there any chance you tackle the Bushmaster, since BattleTech never really touched it? So, somebody else asked me about that, Datron Voltari, and I'm considering it. I do plan to just go through all the Dugram mechs in the same style at this point. Considering the fact that the other 55 tonners, I can use some of the same files, some of the same limb parts modified very, very mildly. And then change out the chests and such. The Bushmaster is an interesting one, though. Because it doesn't have a corresponding, you know, it never made it into BattleTech. Somebody in one of the groups, I think it was the BattleTech Art Society, was proposing stats for a mech based on the Bushmaster. I think it's an interesting idea. I'm not opposed to it. I've got 2 or 3 new digital releases in progress since finishing off the Sigma Dome, so I'm looking forward to being able to show those off pretty soon. Bushman. Sorry, not Bushmaster. That's a snake. No clue what the fuck I'm doing. How to contrast paint, please? Machine God, it does take some practice. I can't give any specific tips because I haven't really used the contrast paints much myself. What problems are you having with it in particular? Yeah, no, the Bushman is a design from Fang of the Sun Dugram. Similar to the...
And so I painted on some metallics.
Ooh, I love the
Bitches
metallics.
love metallics.
It's similar to the classic Unseen Griffin, Wolverine, and Shadowhawk. It would have been in the same class. But it was... In fact, from Dugram, almost all the mechs are used in BattleTech. The Goliath is from Dugram, the Shadowhawk is from Dugram, the Wolverine, the Griffin, the fucking Thunderbolt, the Battlemaster, the Scorpion. Like, a lot of designs are originally from Dougram. They used all of them except the Bushman. And I think the Desert Gunner, because it was just a Goliath with some side platforms on it for the most part, like some extra rocket launchers. I need some white paint. There we go. Little lensing effect on those 3 sensors. I think that came out decently. Just a quick dry brush on those, and then a little bit of weathering, and they'll be ready to stick to their bases. Yeah, whatever, that'll do. A little off the mark, but that's okay. Yeah, the Bushwhacker is cool. I like its cheek missile launchers. I had considered that the Bushwhacker, just taking the cheek missile launchers and using the rest of the body of the Griffin, could be a cool way to do the Royal Griffin. But I opted against it. There. There. And over here. There we go. That's all my little sensor nodes done. Really need to take a painting day. How you doing, Broke 19K? little bit of quick dry brushing in. Where went my ghost gray? There it is. Put it under my microphone for some stupid reason. Yes, please. Wow, that's a great joke, White Wolf. Wow. So funny. So funny. Thank you. The mysterious lady. Mysterious Lady Thunderhead. I mean, yes, that would be the very one. Well, I mean, okay, to be fair, if you're suffering from heat exhaustion, that's a pretty good joke for somebody who's probably going to be unconscious within a few minutes. Everything's relative, you know? Concerning to note that there's a crack here on this print. This should have been a solid print. I wonder why it developed a crack here. Concerning. I am not immune to making mistakes with my printing, and a few times I've thought that I was printing solid, and I printed with voids and had my models crack open. You should always put vents. Because this one isn't having the same issue. This one has a crack going from the back of the treads, kind of along the inside of them, but it's not like it's seeping out. I wonder why that happened. Well, it doesn't seem to affect it too badly. It's still a usable model, so moving on. I did White Wolf, yes. Yeah. These turrets are, in fact, magnetized. I like it on tank turrets. I mean, I like magnets in general. I just like to give Cyber Knight shit, and that's the easiest and most obvious thing to give him shit about. Don't get me going. No, don't, because he'll fucking magnetize your face to your ass, and then you won't think it's funny anymore. Let's go ahead and get these guys put down on their bases real quick. That's not their base. These are their bases. Ooh, wait. Nope. I want to do some dust on their tracks before I put them down. Okay, well, these are the bases they're eventually going to go on. But I do want to do a little bit of red dust around the skirting before I glue them down, or I'm going to regret it. I think the red dust kind of really brings the whole look together. I got a couple minutes. I can do that. I can do that. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Samir. I have too many extra paints over here. They shouldn't be there, but they are. I'll just knock over a bunch of them in my quest for weathering pigments, why don't I? Let's see. Dark red ochre. That's what I'm looking for. It's mostly other so the factions, their Warmechs are fairly distinct. Most of the core Republic ones don't have separate heads. The Union of Stars ones sort of do have heads on them. Whose pigments do you use? I have a bunch of Vallejo pigments I picked up a while ago, and I haven't even come close to using them all. Yet. A little bit of isopropyl alcohol. I think they've done a pretty good job so far of keeping the various Warmechs looking distinct from faction to faction. Yeah, I thought that was the case, Revelations Universe, that the it's so far mostly the Union of Stars are the ones you're going to see that have heads on them. I'm just using some alcohol and some of this weathering pigment to kind of stipple on here with a brush that I'm not a huge fan of. Heavy on the tracks and then on the skirting. I'll just take the turret off for a moment. Puck Duncher, I'll usually set them just with a varnish coat over top of them. I've found that the Vallejo Mecha matte varnish actually seals them down pretty well without the need for an extra fixative. That and putting them down with some isopropyl alcohol kind of helps them stick on pretty well anyway. Now, I am by no means an expert at using weathering pigments, so don't take anything I'm doing as a lesson. I use them rarely, and I know people do them better than I do. But I pretty much just use a combination of pigments and an isopropyl and a stippling brush. And then I varnish over top. So far, I haven't had any real issues with that. Put a little bit up on the bottom edge of the turret. Dust is going to get pretty much everywhere on a tank. The least realistic aspect is leaving it off of any spot of it, but it looks better that way. Let me glue this guy down. Oh, hold up. Line you up with your rear markings here. So Revelations does use a rear 90-degree arc for determining if you're firing into somebody's rear arc, and those are marked here on these bases that I put together. I need to do the rim of the base, but honestly I could go heavier on the pigments, but I don't want to obscure the paint job too much, so I might go a little heavier on the edges. That said, this is a nice just light dusting of red. Oh, thank you, Revelations Universe. Thank you very much. Let's do this other one here real quick. We got about 10 minutes? Yeah, that's enough time. I'm going to go heavier on this one, because that came out lighter than I really meant it to.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Which, you know, whether or not that's worth something to you is entirely a personal decision.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
I feel like Chaotic and I should do like a podcast at some point or something at this rate. I feel like he's with me on my streams most of the time anyway.
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
What was that? Why didn't it pop up with a thing? Why didn't it pop up with a thing? Giving a gift sub to Chaotic Harmony of all people. God, man. What are you doing? You trying to encourage him or something? Thank you for that gift sub, Rogue19. I appreciate it, man. I'm sure Chaotic will too. Now he can use the commands to hear his own insane voice. Ooh. Shots fired. Almost too heavy on this one, so I'm going to kind of ease the heavy spots together with a lighter stippling. I think that'll help. Go a little bit heavier on this first one in a few spots to kind of blend the two together. Dusty. Still pretty thick. Maybe I can ease it out with just a little bit of rubbing alcohol before it finishes setting. Without taking my paint off, ideally. Which is always going to be the trick doing something like this. Well, one's dustier than the other because I'm not very good at doing weathering pigments. Oh well. I think I'll live. The nice thing about a 3D printed game is if I don't like the paint jobs on one of these, you know what I can do is I can just play with it for a while I print another one and do that one the way that I want it. There you go. Couple of painted Core Republic Mars main battle tanks for Revelations. Man, these guys have been sitting on my damn desk for way too long. They really have. I'm gonna do an edge job on the bases and get some pictures of these guys a little bit later. Not a whole lot more work to go on these two Sierra Warmechs. A little bit of hand detailing and then a dust job, and I've already got their bases ready for them. Taking off, Hathrir? Hey man, fucking watch out for yourself, dude. Shit's crazy right now, particularly in your profession. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always a pleasure to see the great Lord Hathrir. Chat, can we get a good night to Lord Hathrir? Good friend of mine, regular viewer. Good dude, bit of an asshole, but then if he weren't, he wouldn't be my friend. let's have a look at these. I'm going to get pictures of these three together, particularly once I get some black on these bases so that they look a little bit better. But here you can kind of get a feel for the scale that we're talking about in Revelations. The Warmechs are physically smaller than Battlemechs are in BattleTech by a fair amount, and notably larger than the gears in heavy gear for the most part. All in all, though, this force is going to look pretty good once I actually get it finished. I've got a bunch of infantry at like 50% for these guys, so I may, next time I do a Revelation stream, just be polishing this force off entirely. It's not the greatest way to show it, because they're going to slide off this tile. There we go. My amazing demonstrative skills. Yeah, I liked it, Samare. My initial thought when I was like, oh, I'll do the white with the purple, was there needed to be another color in there. The little splashes of green are okay, but there needed something else. And then I figured, well, I'll do it with the bases. I'll do that really, like, Martian red color, and then I'll do dust on them. That'll add that last little splash of color to make the force really pop for me. I've got a number of the Union of Stars, Warmechs, and tanks that I'm going to be doing up here in the near future. Here's one of the Brigand tanks for the Union of Stars. It's a hover tank. It's got a little stem on it, which I have to note. Kudos to you for doing all the details on the underside of this thing. There are a lot of details on it. You didn't have to, because nobody's ever going to see them, but they're there if you want them. And this has a pair of rotating turrets. I didn't magnetize this one very well, so they knock into each other, but the next ones should be better. But it's got 2 turrets on it. So I got a number of these Brigand tanks, and then I have this Goblin Warmech. I'm going to be painting up pretty soon, and I use the missile effect on the rocket launcher coming up over its shoulder there. Can't see it very well because it's just primed black, but yeah, we'll be doing this guy here pretty soon. And I've got a pretty good idea for the color scheme for these guys. I need to test it out, but I've got a pretty good idea. Which shot is that, Puck Duncher? What are you talking about? Oh, the little demonstrative shot? Yeah, I'll do a picture of my whole core force once I get it done. I'll probably go ahead and finish these guys off later tonight once I've had dinner, because there really is not much work left to go on these two. Well, I mean, I did say UN, didn't I, Roland? So you've pretty much nailed it. Though, I think I'm going to go with mostly Robin's Egg blue over the whole thing. And then on the Goblin, you'll note it has a lot of these soft connection parts, where there's, like, obviously mechanical connections underneath, like at the elbows, at the knees, and at the waist. But it has these soft sleeves over top. So what I'm thinking is that Robin's Egg blue for all the armor, and then white for the soft connection parts, but then with, like, a warm white, because there's... Like, imagine you had, like, a white fabric or a white rubber sleeve, and then you got dirt in it, you know? So kind of a dirty white in all the joints. And then, like, a UOC in white written on it. Or UOS, Union of Stars. You know, what would be UOC? That's not anything. That's not even from anything. Is it just me? Is that a little bit... Or does that have just a little bit of a shade of Robot Wars, namely the Mega 1 robot in terms of the head design? I could just be talking about it in my ass. It has kind of like a... I'd never thought about that. A little bit. I guess I could see that. The sort of triangular shape to it. Broke my ender... I'll take a look, Dark Fox. It might be something. The nice thing about the Ender, really, is that you can repair almost anything that breaks on it pretty easily. The Robot Jocks guy? Is that what you want? You want a little bit of this? A little bit of this right here? Damn it.
Yeah!
There we go.
One week you're mine until you dead.
That make you feel better? Is that what you're after? Maybe one of these?
I never thought that I would say this.
but I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
I need to get his other line in here, the one where he's like, "And you make my drink taste like blood." Because again, it's not even a Russian accent. The dude's doing like a straight-up Dracula. And I got these bases I need to do tonight so that I can finish basing Project Dark Fox and Cat Ion's mechs. I've got my super battle droids over here, and then yeah, Tuesday I think we're going to be getting into these Griffins. And I'm pretty pleased to be painting these. I'm really happy with how the prints came out. I love the kind of chunky, over-exaggerated details on them. I'm really happy about this. And now I don't have to buy any more Griffins. Like ever again. Those files will be going up on Tuesday, and I'll be sure to post a link when they do. I just want to make sure that I print them all first. Toad Smasher win! Probably Sunday. Probably 1 week from today, Chrysala, is what I'm planning. Unless the Griffins don't go off on Tuesday, in which case it'll be Tuesday. I could paint it this week, but I'd very much like to paint that one on stream, so I am going to wait for a stream to do it. And I believe I'm just going to paint the Toad Smasher as my mech for the Storm Chasers. I'll probably have more than one mech for the Storm Chasers overall, and the Toad Smasher is going to be the first of them. Because damn it, I love the Orion. Alright, let me reconfigure my desk a little bit so that I can get into the Storm Report without putting my elbow in abrasive, painful bits of ground grit, which I've done a few times. It sucks. Count Mechula. He is basically Count Mechula. That's just accurate. It's weird, but it's accurate. This is what you come to the stream for, right? Stupid looks on my face while I scratch my head like a fucking monkey? Good God. What time is it anyway? We are at 3 hours 34 minutes, and I think that means...
Alright, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Like you. Why not 2 Toad Smashers, man? You made 2 Toad Smashers. We might as well have 2 of them in the Storm Chasers. I love the Orion. The Orion is one of my all-time favorite battle mechs, so I have no problem at all with having 2 of them in the group. Revelations Universe, thank you so much for being here. Dark Fox, could we get one more shout out for Revelations Universe? If you are not following them and you have any interest at all in the game for which we've been painting minis today, Revelations, you should absolutely follow. He does excellent streams where he paints the new minis that he's been releasing and talks about the game. And they've had a few where they have streamed little skirmish games that they've played, so it's a great channel to check out if you have any interest at all in the game. Again, thank you so much for being here, Revelations. Yeah, they're going to be on tomorrow. I'll be there. Only 14 minutes late for the stuff. Yeah, you playing game. Oh, you're late. I'll be late if I want to. I have to actually open up Discord, though. There we go, and now we can actually get started. First up in the Storm Report from Chaotic Harmony, the DDD is complete. Decker's Desert Commando. Wait, Desperado. Why would I think that Commando starts with a D? What's wrong with my brain? My God. This is truly the most grievous of the wounds done to these poor mechs. This Commando has its head completely blown open, and it's a sunroof, right? Why the hell not? Hang on, let me grab my drink here. It's just a very nice, very comfortable sunroof. It gets hot in those mechs, man. That's Chaotic. I don't think Chaotic's here right now, but you should write a special rule for this mech that you don't suffer as much from, like, heat pilot effects. some type of extra heat dissipation because you're just venting it right out the neck hole. So Decker. So very Decker. It's just a whole group of Deckers. They just can't seem to get anything right, you know? That's fucking... And yeah, there's a little dude sticking out of the... He's like, hey, what's up, guys? How do you target anything at this point? Like, you just have to kind of eyeball the mech's arm and be like, yeah, somewhere over there, and fire? Is he still wearing a Neuro helmet? I have so many questions. I'm gonna rip off your head and shit down your neck. Oh man, I miss Duke 3D. Those were good times. And here we have the whole group so far. All 4 of them. The duct-taped bent laser on the Locust. The LRM-15 fallen off of the catapult. The arm has fallen off of the Wolverine and has been lashed to his back with barbed wire. And then the Commando, who's, well, it appears that the front fell off. That's a big problem. Honestly, Samara, I'm right there with you. I've kept Decker alive in every single playthrough. I think that I was extra sensitive to it because so many people were losing Decker early on. I was like, well, I'm going to keep him alive. I'll admit that my Decker has taken some pretty harrowing shots, and he's taken a lot of wounds, so there is maybe something to that, but you can definitely keep him alive. And I usually spec my Decker for scout duty and put him in a really, really fast lance and lean, not lance, mech, and lean heavily on evasion also. Is that flex tape across the chest of the Commando? Just a laser burn. Though there might be flex tape on the laser. Good lord. Project Dark Fox with the Mammoth Tank. Ooh. Approximately scaled to IWM Battletech tanks for use in Battletech. It's just such a classic design. It really is. The Decker Curse has really got a headshot first mission in 3 of my 4 vanilla playthroughs of... I don't know what it is about Decker. I don't think that they actually programmed in anything to make Decker die early on. It just seems to keep happening. That's such an amazing game, though. HBS Battletech? I really, like, I'm so excited for them to do a Battletech 2 at some point. Melee Monster Banshee. Oh, you went exactly the opposite direction I usually go for. Decker usually winds up my super fast sniper. Only lost glitch once, and that was due to a glitch. Well, that's not ironic. What is that? There's a word for that. It's not irony. That is a really, really nice print, Dark Fox. That came out fantastic. Yeah, fitting. It's just fitting. There's no reason to get any more complex than that. There to teach you about pilot injury and death. It's bad. Really, really nice print, Project Dark Fox. Looking forward to getting some, Yeah, and the fact that this came off in Ender 3 in particular... Yeah, I'd take a moment to note that before I move on. As you look at this picture, this came off in Ender 3. This is an FDM print. The Ender 3 is an amazing machine. And if you are thinking about getting one and you have any doubts, just get one. You won't be sorry. Moving down from Cyber Knight. Last bit of Matt Plog art. Bit of a windy path, and I fumbled somewhat along the way, but we all got there in the end and figured it out. I have taken notes to make the next time easier on Matt, but hey, it's more Tyrants. The Tyrant's such a good-looking mech, though. It really is. I love its chonky-ass feet. Look at that big old gun. Look at that big old gun. I like the way that the cockpit glass kind of goes around the entire head, too. Really, really nice. Shilling for Creality, man. If only they'd pay me. If only they'd pay me. I've lost pilots, but I save scum a lot. I respect your willingness to admit that, WJ. Save scumming is a perfectly legitimate strategy for single-player games. There's nothing wrong with it. You should paint another one, Thunderheads, too. I have one right over here. I have the Coyote Tango, the Dingo Waltz, and I do need to put a paint job down on them. I do. I have 2. That is true. The Dingo Waltz is the one that I want to paint more than the other one, I gotta be honest with you, Cyber Knight. We'll get it done. Save scumming is for scum. Who do you think you're in this chat with right now, Puck Duncher? Like, you want to call that an insult, but I feel like that's just kind of assumed. Is the Tyrant like a Super Centurion? Now, I'm sure the Cyber Knight could answer this more precisely. It is its own mech from the Operation Lancaster TRO. But it was built in such a way that it can be, Yeah, exactly, as Samaire's saying. It's a direct market competitor in the universe and a proxy miniature in real life. So the idea is, it is a standalone mech with its own variants and its own rules and everything like that. But if you just want to get one and use it as a Centurion, as a proxy, you can do that too. It has all the parts you need, and it looks similar enough that you can get away with it. Plog really has a way with hard surface stuff. He manages to make it look like it has so much attitude, even though all it's doing is standing there. And it's subtle stuff, like the way its shoulders are slightly angled up. You know, and its pose there, it's kind of rotated its shoulders out. Oof. The best image of the Tyrant. Yeah, it doesn't have the crest on its head. I love the sort of segmented spine that goes up into the head, though. That's so cool looking. God damn, really nice art. I always like seeing the stuff from Matt Plog. He's a really, really very talented artist. Oh, this is the same one Machine God's just complimenting it. Yeah, no, really, really nice print job, Dark Fox. Sorry to hear you might have plinked something off your printer, but I'm sure we can get that fixed for you here pretty soon. Oh, it's a shame the Gladiator bombed. It was good on paper, just had design flaws. All it needed was a redesign. Oh, so many like that, though. So many. Roland. Ooh, this is new Roland. What am I looking at here? Which paint scheme is this? We got yellow, red, and is that a super dark green I'm looking at? On a Wolverine and on a Commando. Were these for Solaris? If you already said, I apologize. I particularly like the way you painted the panels on the Commando here. Is his pose different? What's going on here? There's something different about this Commando. Am I forgetting what Commandos look like? Has his arm been lowered? Yeah, that's it. The arm has been lowered slightly. That's what he looks like. He's in almost this little, like, boxer stance kind of thing. I can dig that. North Wind Highlanders. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, it's just been reposed a little bit. Really nice looking. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I do too. The standard Commando pose is a little... I don't know, it's good. It's a perfectly fine pose. But yeah, this one looks like he's ready to... He's putting up his dukes almost. I wouldn't, Samaire. I've opened up enough of those boxes to know that just sitting in the heat has caused the poses to come out a little funky. And coming down, we have Painted Ogre slamming through a BLR1G Battlemaster for some mercenaries. Battle-weathered and worn. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty nice, actually. Real simple weathering that you've done on here in a lot of cases. Some little scratches here, a little bit over here. I like this this particular green and tan combo. And this motley quartered design, I dig that a lot. Nice work on the cockpit. I always struggle with the cockpit on the Battlemaster because of the shape of it. But yeah, this is really, really nice. The contrast you've got here between this dark ochre and the yellow going over into the more fire orange, that looks really, really good. I really, really like this paint scheme a lot, actually. Good job on the panel lining, too. Helps the rest of the colors pop out real good. I love quartered schemes. Really, the cockpit glass, though, that's what's grabbing me. This is nice. I've done a couple of Battlemaster cockpits. I don't know that I've done any as nice as this. Thank you so much for sharing, Painted Ogre. And from Project Dark Fox, a pair of sketch commissions that were finished today for Roland on the left and Kursala on the right. Ooh. See, but now all I can picture is that Wolfman piloting that starfighter. Yeah, it's like a beautiful sunset red, Samaire. That's exactly it. It's like the sun going through the clouds at that real low angle. Oh yeah, really, Project Dark Fox is really quite good. Quite good. I've commissioned at least one thing from Dark Fox, and if you're just looking to get something, some quick line art done, definitely go check out his channel. Very, very affordable rates. Really, really good work. And open for sketches now. No, you're absolutely right, Rogue19K. I say quick line art. The fact is, Dark Fox will do anything from line art to fully finished pieces of art, and at very, very reasonable rates. Absolutely worth checking out. Did one for me very recently that I'm planning on doing a 3D model based on. Actually, Dark Fox, I started on that earlier today. I'm going to have something to show you here pretty soon. I will say that after I started blocking out the one that you did for me, it's going to be big. It's going to take up a lot of hexes, more than I thought initially, but I think it's going to work. Already on my short list for future projects. There wasn't one for help to keep the style consistent. Matt Plog, I would commission him for Operation Lancaster. No, there's, as long as Dark Fox sticks around, hangs out in the stream, and is available for sketches, I plan to commission Dark Fox for a number of additional designs for things to add to Trinity City, because it's just really, really helpful to me to have a sketch to work from. And Dark Fox so far has done a really, really good job of taking my suggestions and general ideas and translating them into something workable. Yeah, you take care of yourself, Dark Fox. Don't put yourself out for the sake of doing art for the rest of us nerds. Thunderhead fan TRO? I don't know. Shit. Why limit ourselves? Why the hell not? Thank you for sharing that, Dark Fox. And from Carbonic Acid, Loot Llama, Orion, and Guillotine finished. I've been waiting to see where these were going. Ooh, garish. The washes definitely help. I like the inclusion of the orange up here. A little splash of color on the base kind of brings it together. I like the muddy feet. Ooh, these are some interesting looking mechs. Look at this thing. It's that oxide blue that is just so... I mean, and you look at Aztec art, and it had... I feel like an asshole because I don't know the difference between South American civilizations enough. I don't know if it's Aztec or Mayan or what have you. I'm just ignorant. I'm ignorant. I'll just admit it. So if I'm wrong, I apologize. But I know that there is a lot of South American art from some of those ancient empires that uses these bright colors, this oxide blue, these purples and greens. It's such a cool and unique concept. Sherbet mech, yeah, it could be delicious also. Yeah, like even if I'm not precisely right, I think you probably get what I'm trying to say here. Go look at some of those crazy old images of like Quetzalcoatl, and you see a lot of these same colors worked into there. Just gonna be open-minded, not limited. I couldn't resist being silly and being like, oh, Thunderhead TRO won't be 30-25 or straight. It'll be around there. It'll be around there. We'll be making up our own shit. It could be maybe 30-50-ish. You're gradually dragging me forward into the future with the clans and all the other bullshit. Gummy mechs printed out via some candy goop via 3D printer. If they could make a UV reactive, delicious, edible candy goop, I mean, imagine the things that would happen at that point. Super Not, what's up, my man? How you doing? Good to see you. Catching us going into the Storm Reports. Carbonic Acid, thank you so much for sharing those finished paint jobs with us. You have a lot of mechs going into this group. I look forward to seeing them all together. Finish, that's going to be a hell. Like, they're impressive as they are right now. But with the finishes on them, that's going to be just a wall of metal. You want first dibs on the Warhammer 61R or the 3050's 71S? Ooh. If Operation Lancaster won't pull you out of the 3020s, I don't know what will. I need to dig some more into Operation Lancaster. I've been reading what's been sent to me, and it's interesting stuff. Let's see what we got here. SP Fire. Oh, the fruit roll-up pizza. This is one of my favorite things. Well, this just takes me back, doesn't it? You even made a slice of pizza out of it. Oh, these were my favorite. They were my favorite. There's like little cheese squiggles in there, you know? They look like little strips of mozzarella. You got a pepperoni on there. Maybe like a meatball over here. No, Puck Duncher, this is not a Jell-O atrocity. There's no Jell-O involved. This is a fruit roll-up, and a fruit roll-up is closer to ambrosia. Not real ambrosia, not ambrosia salad. Ambrosia salad's bad. Real ambrosia's good. Stop looking for excuses to check off your damn bingo card, you bunch of ghouls. May want to download the most recent file before reading further. Yeah, you were saying you did some reworks, especially regarding the Phoenix and what is done with her prior to the 3040, same as before. Okay, yeah. I will make sure that I'm checking out the newest stuff. I'll probably ping you about that. Haven't painted anything beyond a wall in a very long time, so I did this as a refresher, painted using my non-dominant hand, because thanks to a brain tumor I can't fully use... Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Data Nerd. Ooh. This is one of the first files that I ever released. When I was doing the CGL map sets for the forward base, and yeah, I know, with a non-dominant... Like, if you asked me to paint with my non-dominant hand, it would not look this good. It would look significantly worse. My left hand is useless. It's good for like 1 or 2 tasks, but they're very, very specific, and it never ventures outside of those tasks. Yeah, this is one of the first files that I released when I was doing the forward base and river comm center. Some of the first terrain that I ever made for BattleTech late last year. I love seeing it printed. Really, really nice work, Data Nerd. Data Nerd and I decided to paint up a pair of comm relays so we can compare them. I'm pretty happy with how they turned. Oh, so we got... So this is the one by Data Nerd, and this is the one by Kursala. Non-dominant hand. Apparently dominant hand. I don't know, Kursala, I feel like Data Nerd might have you beat here. It's slightly cleaner work. If I've got to give an award out, and obviously you're pressuring me to do exactly that, I'm definitely not just making that up on the spot right here. I'm afraid it goes to your better half. Left hand holds coffee, right hand holds donut. That's a pretty good division. That's just teamwork right there. Raven Cat, what's up? How you doing? Good to see ya. Guys, thank you so much for sharing these painted examples of some of my little comm towers. My comm relays. That's so damn cool. And from Puck Duncher, my first good print of my Necron arms. Obviously a bit too long, but happy with the general shape. Yeah, scale is always tricky. And that's why I do a lot of test prints. Anytime I am, Yes. Yes, WJ. Data Nerd and Kursala are 2 halves of the same coin. 2 sides of the same coin. What was I saying? Scaling! Scaling. And the reason that I constantly do test prints at, like, regular intervals whenever I'm doing any sort of 3D design work. I'll just do lots and lots of test prints that have increasing amounts of detail, because something can look like it's scaled properly in a 3D environment, and then you get it into the real world and you put it next to something and you say, well, this is obviously wrong. So yeah, test prints are always going to be like that, but then it's as easy as going in and scaling that part. Nice work so far, Puck Duncher. Looking forward to seeing the final products you get out of that endeavor. From Kevin Kitsune, who has decided to participate today. Thank you so much for doing that. 2 squads of Primaris Reavers and a squad of Primaris Intercessors going to be painted as Raven Guard. Man, getting them built, that's the first step. That's half the battle right there. They're nice looking models. The Primaris, they really are. They're not... Every little thing about them isn't precisely to my aesthetic, and I've got my complaints about them, but I think it's mostly just old guy bitterness at this point. Because if you'd handed me these models back in the early 2000s, I would have been like, thank you. Thank you, Space Marines on the proper scale for once. For once. You have any idea how much effort we went to making true scale Space Marines back before those even existed? Ugh. A lot of effort. Way too much effort. Way too much green stuff. We didn't have 3D printers. We had green stuff and brass rod and way too much time on our hands, and significantly less social media. Oh, these are the basic box push fits. Well, they look really, really nice, Kevin Kitsune. Bone Daddy 206 is planning to get a 3D printer in the future. I strongly encourage it. I strongly encourage it. Let me tell you, Bone Daddy, if you have any questions about getting into 3D printing, I strongly advise you jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We have a lot of people who operate a range of printers, both FDM and resin. If you have any questions, that is the place to ask. Kevin Kitsune, I hope that you participate in Storm Reports in the future, because I would love to see these models as they come together and get painted. Don't rush it. Don't make that. Don't take that and feel like you have to rush through painting them to get them into the to post them in the Discord. That's not the purpose of it. I would just love to see your work as it progresses. I really would. Ooh, got something for us, Raven Cat? You might have made it in a little bit late for today, but yeah, please do pop in for the next one and post it up in the showcase. I'll check it out after we're done here. Machine God Doggo for the Storm Report, or as it's now known, Doggo Report. Oh, such a cute baby. Just want to scratch his little chin. Back to work tomorrow. Time zones. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Raven Cat. My painting progresses too fast for that, or I'd do it. It's either unprimed, primed, and finished, so I could bang out a full mech in the length of a stream. Well, you know. As long as you keep sharing finished products, I'm not going to complain, Rogue19. 9, but acts like she's still a puppy. You're only as old as you feel. And from Vergaderung, the cooling tower turned. Oh wait, what's her name, Machine God? Out of curiosity, I always want to ask. I do remember that, Roland. I do. It was going to be a thing we did a couple of times, and now it's every single time, and kind of a big deal, as it were. I think it's a bigger deal than I am. We should just call this stream the Storm Report with Thunderhead in lowercase letters. Alma. Oh, you give Alma a nice scritch behind the ears for me and tell her it's from me, Machine God. I'll know. If you take credit for the scritch behind the ears, Alma will tell me. And, we'll have words. Featuring Thunderhead. Yeah, put it in the showcase. Please do, Raven Cat. I'd love to see it. The cooling tower turned out to be exactly the same height as the Trinity Tower. Huh. Essential Oils case makes a good travel paint case. I mean, that makes it easy for you to determine what level it is at the very least. That is a nice looking cooling tower. Is that just the one that's been free on Thingiverse forever, blown up in size? Because that actually came out pretty nice. Yeah, I've noticed that, Rogue. This is the Storm Report, like I said, it's really a good way for the community to kind of all keep track of what we're doing at any given time, because we've got channels like Showcase and Work in Progress, and they get checked. And but you know, over the course of a week, you might be in the Discord a little bit. You might check some channels, not all channels. Chat might move past, so you don't really see everything. But the Storm Report is a good way to get most of the people in the community sitting in one place, all looking at the same thing at the same time. And it's a lot of fun, honestly. I really enjoy doing this. It works right now, but it's as tall as Trinity Tower without the antenna. Huh. That works out nicely. I want to say it's 8 levels tall, White Wolf. I can't remember offhand. I want to say it's 8 levels tall without the comm mast and 10 with the comm mast. It might be 7 and 9. I know the comm mast is 2 levels tall. Painted Ogre's second entry for the night, experimenting with oils. We've had a couple people experimenting with oils lately. You and Greg the Salt Miner. Oh, the actual physical size? What would that be? Many a millimeter. I can't remember offhand. I'll measure it for you, White Wolf. I'll put it in the Discord after. I get, like, it should be real simple math to do, but as soon as I try to think about it, I forget about how many millimeters my levels are. Damn it, I'm not in 3D design mode right now.
We specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
I mean, there's never been a truer example of it than right now.
Here at Thunderhead
Almost
Studios,
all the non-GW paint streamers
okay
I've seen are doing all this
sloppy.
right now. Huh?
Bonus points if it's white paint.
A level in BattleTech is 1 inch in 3D, so you consider at least wait. No, it's 22 and a half. 22 and a half millimeters per level, because I wanted level 2 to be up to the standard height of a medium mech, which I estimated at 45 millimeters originally. Yeah, that's right. And I didn't want to make them too tall. I didn't want to go with a full inch. It is. With the antenna, it is the max height of the Ender 3. I didn't want to go a full inch because I find that as soon as you start building city buildings with a full inch for a level, what you wind up with is really tall buildings that are a pain in the ass to reach down into. So I wanted to squat the levels out a little bit. But yeah, 22.5 per level. Yeah, the oil paints really seem to be the fad right now. Okay, I'll drink that. They are, they're in vogue at the moment, I think largely thanks to James Wapple, who is a fantastic painter and has been really, really showing the potential that oil paints have. And then, yeah, B1B Flyer, Dale. Is Dale B1B Flyer? I don't remember. But yeah, he's been doing a lot of oil painting lately. And on Warmechs, it actually works really, really well. I blame Wapple for sure. Yeah, I blame Wapple for lots of things, like making me want to try it too. Nice work on the blends there, though, Painted Ogre. It definitely takes some experimentation to get good with it. Dale's Wonder Gecko. Okay, thank you. And then, yeah, Ryan Peterson. That's B1B Flyer. They're both very, very talented painters, and they've really shown off how very simple techniques with oils can get you really, really cool blending effects on mechs. And from White Wolf, would have probably finished them today, but fuck this heat. Stupid heat waves. God damn, I feel that one, man. It's been so hot. It's gonna be hot for the rest of the week. I'm just gonna be stuck inside. Ugh. Ugh. That red's coming together real nicely. I like the orange and the yellow mixed in there. I like this. This part you've done here on the textured part of the cloak. These sort of ochre yellows mixed in to kind of offset the red. That's nice. That's real nice. I might go a little darker on the base. If you're going to be having this color repeated in a few spots on the model, you might go darker on the base just to separate the two. Both have helped me step my game up to a level I feel comfortable submitting to become a CSO artist. If they ever fix the link for the list of unrepresented units. Like right here on the straps, I'm getting a yellow. Is that not a yellow? A yellow-orange? Like here on the edge of the cloak. I don't see any on this guy. Yeah, on the leg straps is where I'm seeing the yellow. You've got this sort of ochre brown, and then you've got this kind of yellow in here. Well, yeah, but Reaper's polished leather is a bit yellow. It's not like a bright canary yellow, but there's definitely a bit of yellow. I have to paint 5 individual mechs, no repeated schemes. I'll have to be canon from canonical sources, with one from the unrepresented list. Interesting. I didn't realize there were so many requirements. I wish you luck with that, rogue. All in all, though, really nice complementary colors. I'm saying, I feel like this ochre color here being almost the same as is on the base. I feel like if the base was a little bit darker, it would help these parts pop out a little bit more, but that's my only critique of them. I love the way the color scheme's coming together. Guilang Skirmisher, Dao Fei, and Zanshi from Operation Kaldstrom. They're really, really cool models, too. I really like this texture on the cloak. I would wear this cloak. Jacket. Duster. What is it, a duster? It's like a duster with armor over top of it. It's quite the outfit. Yeah, really nice work. Yeah, it's always the trick, White Wolf, is figuring out a direction to go. Cloak, jacket, duster, thing, armored jacket, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's cool, and I would totally wear it. Like, shirtless underneath, you know? Also working on my sci-fi crates and crate objectives. Tried freehanding a Majesty Metals and Manufacturing logo on the green one to the right, but it doesn't look good. I may try an airbrush stencil, or just not bother. Here we have from Vergaderung. I don't think it looks that bad. Airbrush stencils are nice, though. These are some good little shipping containers. You build. Where are these from, Vergaderung? I mean, I assume they're prints, knowing you. Were these pulled off Thingiverse? Did you throw them together yourself? They're fairly simple designs. They look really nice. This is always, like, my least favorite part of painting, is just filling up scatter. But it needs to be done from time to time. You gotta have some scatter, just to make everything look more natural. And from Rogue 19K, Nova D, designed by Machine God, for my Jade Falcons. Ooh. Clan mechs. Clan mechs. Look at that fist surrounded by missile launchers. Nice looking print. I appreciate that the antennas were made large enough they actually do print. There are so many people who do antennas too small. Already got a few schemes I intend to use. Jade Falcon Gamma Galaxy. Tan, Jade, and Purple. I like that one, Rogue. I remember that one. That one's a really nice color scheme. I think if you push that one, that'd be good. Dave and Brigade of Guards, and I take on the SLDF Drab, the two-tone green I use for certain. Just hard to get me to start with the list that actually, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, the little armor rungs as well. You're right, up here on the shoulders. Those are tricky. When you pull them directly from MWO, they often end up too small. They need to be bulked up a little bit, but these printed out real nice. Very nice Rogue 19. And from Papa Bear, needed a break from terrain. Took a crack at something inspired off the Ishtar. Well, look at this ugly little spud. It's like a toe behind gun platform. I like these little sensor blisters. Those are cool. I like the look of the tires. We have like an LRM-15 down here and like a rack up top. Really nice original design. Looks like something out of Robo Rally. Interesting design, Papa Bear. If you guys have not been, by the way, in Papa Bear's channel on the Discord, I strongly recommend you go check it out. Papa Bear has been building a moon base lately. And I love the walls. I love the walls that you've been working on. They're so fucking cool. The gate legitimately has designs on it that I'm going to look to for inspiration next time I'm making something similar. That's a cool design, Papa Bear. I look forward to seeing more out of you. What with the mechs that you've made so far, and now terrain? Holy hell, man. And yeah, I feel you on that one. You definitely need to take a break every now and then. That will bring us to the end of today's Storm Report, and to the end of the stream, just about. Oh, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentlemen X, thank you so much for being here with me today. We got a good amount done. These Revelations minis are ones where they've just, you have a mini sitting on your desk for so long, you start to get sick of looking at it, and then you lose inspiration to paint it, and eventually it's like, look, I just gotta finish you and get you off my fucking desk so that I can actually play the game. Too many games. Gun Pug. Reminds me of Robot Wars. Yeah, it does kind of have... it has that sort of... Because there were a number of bots in the glory days of Robot Wars that ran off of the just twin tread and then kind of swinging back and forth, and they'd have like an arm that they could hammer with or a pick or something like that. Who is up? Who's doing what? I'm all scattered today. Brain don't work no good. Nothing shows up in my raid channel dialogue box anymore. I don't know why the hell that is. I just have to see who's actually on. It looks like we got Crocodile Wombat Combat, who's actually playing Dungeons & Dragons Shorty Paint Studios. Painting Fire Slayers. Zambi's painting her first Marine, I think. Let's see what Croc is doing. I want to actually take a look at what they're doing before I go raiding anybody. Zambi's is painting a Primaris Marine. I think we're going to go over to Crocodile. He's working on some interesting flesh tones at the moment, and it looks like he is... Well, actually, he's been going for a while, hasn't he? They both have. Well, it don't matter. It don't matter. None of this matters. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to here. Yeah, unfortunately, this screen does not have an audio set up for the chat bot. I apologize for that. Oh, that's not... Whoops! Ignore that. I forgot that I have to use a slash. My brain works good. I smart real good sometimes. From time to time. Whew. Thank you all for being here today. We got a lot done. Got a couple of minis finished and two more to about 90%, so I'll be able to finish them off here pretty soon. It is always a pleasure. It is always a pleasure hanging out with you guys, each and every time. This stream has changed the way that I paint. It really has. It has changed my feelings on painting over the last year. I have pulled myself out of more paint slumps since starting this stream and since having this community here than, I don't know, I'm not wording real good right now, but it used to be a lot harder. What I'm trying to say is thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here. Thank you to Project Dark Fox. Thank you to Cat Ion. Thank you to everyone who contributed to the Storm Report today. Thank you to everyone who just hung out and lurked. I have got to go get something to eat. I will be back Tuesday painting some more stompy robots of some description, and then we'll be playing Dead Space on Thursday. Trying to get through it. Maybe we can finish off on Thursday. I don't know. I'm going to send you over to Crocodile in the meantime. Until I see you guys again on Tuesday, keep on painting.